Birmingham to Belgrade, the 4-year wait has been worth it. A superb Saturday in Serbia continues tonight at the 2022 World Indoor Athletics Championships.
Let's go! Move it, move it, move it. That was me, but I heard the ground shook because I didn't come here and stand and look. Your collective in your adrenaline, soaking it in. Started with the rhythm, driven by the drum and the bass. You build speed and you become a number one in the race. Feel it from my head down to the tip of my toe, and I really can't wait till I hear the word go. Hop to my feet and I walk with the leap till I fly, cause I wanna rock and repeat.
We have been thoroughly enjoying our week in Belgrade, a city synonymous with top-class sports, a city of immense history and significance, a hub of the Ottoman and Roman empires, situated on the banks of the Danube and Sava rivers. Everybody enthralled by the athletics that has entertained us so far. This is the Stark Arena. Construction finished in 2004. On an average year, almost 1 million spectators and guests come and watch basketball, concerts, all sorts of gatherings. It's a point of huge cultural significance in the Serbian capital. And what we've seen so far has been worthy of this world-class venue. Just a reminder, 680 athletes from 137 countries. It's almost a full, it's not quite, but it's almost a full World Athletics program, concertinaed into 6 sessions over 3 days. And as such, we're over the halfway point. No sooner have you blinked and started than the event is over. So many great stories already. Some brilliant finals teed up from heats this morning. And some relays will round things off tomorrow night. But we've got a wonderfully diverse programme tonight. Some great field event action, women's pole vault final, men's shot put final, and a whole host of 400s, 1500s. And we'll round off with the men's 60 metres, the shortest sprint for global glory. Well, if you missed the action this morning, it came thick and fast. Started off with the heptathlon hurdles. Andre Oberholzer and Dario Desta, the Italian, coming wide on the outside in the first heat, exactly the same time as the Swiss athlete on the far side. Dipping for the line in unison. And then watch for Damien Warner on the right-hand side, normally flawless over the barriers. Hit one, crashed into another, stumbled across the line, but amazingly, he did so in 7.61, a championship best. Well, he cleared 490, but couldn't go over this at 5 metres, and that allowed his rival in the battle for gold, Simon Ehammer, to move ahead. The star of the show, as far as the pole vault was concerned, Hans Christian Hausberg, the Estonian, roaring his way to 5:30. An unbelievable clearance. He's in the battle for the bronze later. As far as the 60-metre hurdles were concerned for women, third from the left, the familiar yellow of Danielle Williams, but not the familiar outcome from a woman who's dominated the season so far. Fastest in the world this year, smashed a barrier, literally, her aspirations over. Christian Coleman, right in the centre of your picture. The world record holder, the world champion, back after an enforced absence, jogging literally his way across the line in 6.51. Anything the world champion can do, the Olympic champion can follow. Marcel Jacobs floating home, 6.53. What a duel in prospect if they can both come through the semis. Excellent opening round in the women's 800 metres. Habita Malemu with the fastest time, 2:01 plus change, swiftly followed by Catriona Bissett. What a final that's going to be. no doubt who the star man was in the 4 heats of the 1500, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, and this youngster just doesn't know how to lose. Coming second to Lemmy, an absolute irrelevance. He'll be the favourite for the final tomorrow. And what a story. Jaroslava Mahuchik needed 3 attempts for this one to clear 2 metres. And then the silver medalist from Doha went even better. This for 2:02 and the title. Absolutely sensational result for one so young. Gold for Ukraine in the women's high jump. That was this morning. This is what we've got for you tonight. It is absolutely non-stop. Couple of medal presentations, and we'll crack on with the women's pole vault. Semis of the women's 60 hurdles and the men's 60 flat. Men's 800 final, shot put final. See if Warner can finally get his hands on the world indoor title. And men's heptathlon. Women's 400, Miller Weibo against Boll. Men's 400, and then the women's 15. The women's 60-metre hurdles after the 3 early semi-finals. And we finish off with the men's 60-metre final. It'll be non-stop this evening, and the warm-up track is a hive of activity, just as you'd expect. There is the Olympic champion over 100 metres. Hannah England alongside me for this 4th session, as she has been all the way through. Remember, a global medalist outdoors over 1500. Hannah, we've got some real big stars and some real big boys on display tonight. Krauser will be hoping it is glory for the United States in the shot put, and Jacobs will fancy the task against Christian Coleman in the men's 60. So much to look forward to.
Wasn't that a nice record holder, nice image? 2 world indoor record holders fist pumping each other, Ryan Krauser and Christian Coleman there in the warm-up area. It's a real treat to have a number of Olympic champions on display, Ryan Krauser being one of those that will contest his finals this afternoon. I've got to say, Ryan Krauser is just head and shoulders above the rest of the shot put field, not literally because they're all very big and tall, he probably is, versus the rest of the athletes in that warm-up area. But really busy down there with those women getting ready for the 60-metre hurdles as well. I always think the warm-up area gets so congested when you put some hurdles in there, and you can really see that here. These athletes trying to do their warm-ups and their run-throughs, and there's hurdles in the way, is really busy.
The 3 semi-finals of the men's 60 really hotly contested. Tough qualification, as you'd expect, 2+2 across the 3 events. It'll be the same with the women's hurdles. First 2+2 non-automatic qualifiers. So much tension. Club runners like me just cannot possibly imagine what's going through the minds of those athletes on that warm-up track. Now then, before we get going with the action tonight, we have an opportunity to celebrate some wonderful performances, and we'll start with the medal presentation for that women's 60 metres final that rounded off the opening day in style. Good crowd in tonight, and they're sure to show their appreciation for 3 fabulous medalists.
The medals will be presented by Adil Sumariwala, Council Member of World Athletics.
Adil Sumariwala will make the presentations.
Bronzanu medalju osvaja predstavnica SAD-a.
Bronze medalist representing United States of America, Mary Beth St. Price.
A brilliant bronze for Mary Beth St. Price, out-dipping the pre-event favourite, Eva Svoboda. 7:04. In fact, 4 women separated by just thousandths of a second. St. Price was the quickest of them by a fraction. She's on the podium. A wonderful bronze for the American.
osvaja predstavnica takođe SAD-a.
Silver medalist representing United States of America, Micaiah Briscoe.
Well, it was America silver and bronze. Micaiah Briscoe was brilliant in the final. Everybody was watching her in the middle lanes. She stormed through the heats and the semis, ran with real class and dipped inside 7 seconds for the first time in her life. A wonderful run, good enough for silver, but not quite for gold. That was a performance on another level.
Svetska dvoranska šampionka I osvajačica zlatne medalje, predstavnica Švajcarske.
Gold medalist and world indoor champion representing Switzerland, Mujinga Kambundji.
Mujinga Kambundji scorched home from lane 8. She had a look on her face at the finish line that said, I actually can't quite believe I've just done that. Bronze in Birmingham, gold in Belgrade. It was a phenomenal performance from a woman who is growing in maturity and confidence. Watch out for her on the outdoor circuit later this year. Kambundji, the world indoor champion for Switzerland.
Državna himna Švajcarske.
The national anthem of Switzerland.
Rendition of the national anthem and a smile that will stay on her face for days to come. And it was just brilliant, Hannah, wasn't it? The way she came through in the second half of the race was breathtaking. She's taken a massive step up in class.
It was wonderful to watch those replays up above the podium here. They've got this suspended big screen, and to be reminded how late Mujinga Kambundji came through to win that medal. But then that shock on her face as well. These women will be hoping for a moment similar to that. You can see Femke Bol of the Netherlands just checking into the warm-up area. That's the Dutch physio she's sharing a smile with. See her coach there, Laurent Mobley, behind her. She will be really looking forward to this final. She said she was relishing the challenge of a field like this. But yesterday didn't go all her own way.
Yes, diving across the line in a manner not too dissimilar to the woman she's trying to beat tonight, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, who crashed over the line in Rio 6 years ago. Was it really 6 years ago? I can remember it like it was yesterday. Miller-Weibo, the double Olympic champion over 400 metres. She would be the favourite because it is her preferred event. Femke Bol is the third fastest 400 hurdler in history, but a fine flat runner in her own right. Bol against Miller-Weibo could be one of the great races of the weekend. And Miller-Weibo certainly looks very, very relaxed, using her bag as a pillow. She's such a phenomenal natural talent.
She said she'd retired from indoors. She did it in 2014. She did the World Indoor Championships then and retired. And for whatever reason, she's come out of retirement this year. And aren't we lucky? But she said the bends, she really struggles to find her stride and her rhythm on the bends because they're so tight and she's so tall. She's got a better lane draw today than she had in her first round and her second round. But you can really see she's almost holding herself back in the first bend before she can just relax and let her long legs get running. So it's great to see her out of retirement, but she said she might go back into indoor retirement after this.
Well, she's only got one colour on her mind, and it'll be the same colour that's been won by Yaroslava Mahuchik, who will shortly be coming out, along with Patterson and Dubovitskaya. At the end of an unbelievable high jump competition, it was truly astonishing from all three of the women on the podium. Sometimes the field events get overlooked, but the way the schedule was put together this morning, they were front and centre every time there was a moment of drama, and that's exactly how it should be.
The medal ceremony for the women's high jump.
This is the medal ceremony for a wonderful high jump competition that came to a conclusion with not one but two women going over 2 meters. Area indoor records for the bronze medalists and silver medalists, and a world lead for the winner.
President of World Athletics.
The President of World Athletics, Sebastian Coe, making the presentation.
Bronzanu medalju osvaja predstavnica Kazahstana.
Bronze medalist representing Kazakhstan,
Nadezhda Dubovitskaya.
Nadezhda Dubovitskaya, Asian record holder, 198. At one stage, she might have thought that would have been good enough for gold. It's bronze, but with an area record. Brilliant by the athlete from Kazakhstan. She richly deserves this moment on a very important podium. Global medal to add to her growing collection.
Srebrnu medalju osvaja predstavnica Australije.
silver medalist representing Australia, Eleanor Patterson.
Eleanor Patterson walked away from the sport at one stage. How glad she will be that she came back. The Commonwealth champion from Glasgow in 2014 takes world indoor silver in Belgrade. 2 meters, an area record for her as well. The performance of her career.
Svetska dvoranska šampionka i osvajačica zlatne medalje, predstavnica Ukrajine.
Gold medalist and world indoor champion representing Ukraine, Yaroslava Mahuchik.
There are some moments in our great sport that transcend the boundaries of a track or an infield, and this victory is one such poignant example. What a feat of composure, dignity and class from one so young. Yaroslava Mahuchik is the world indoor high jump champion, and with her, Ukrainian spirits soar tonight.
The national anthem of Ukraine.
Applause that will resonate far beyond the confines of the Stark Arena in Belgrade. The World Athletics President Sebastian Coe said, "We understand the fragilities of the political landscape, yet this is a world championship in which sport will win through," and it has done in the women's high jump final. Well, as we edge towards the commencement of proceedings tonight, a little reminder, gold and silver for Portugal put them top, just a shade ahead of gold and bronze for Ethiopia, who'll be hoping to add to that medal haul this evening. Gold for Nuovitz in the pentathlon for Belgium. Gold for Martinez, the Cuban, in the triple jump 1764. Miltiadis Tentoglu, Olympic champion, becoming world indoor champion in the long jump, 8:55 in the second round. Bronze medals for Kazakhstan and the Netherlands. Femke Bol will be hoping she's on the podium with something meatier than a bronze in the women's 400 coming up later on this evening. Okay, so we've had a couple of medal presentations, a little reflection on the drama we've already had. Now we turn our attention to what's about to unfold. We have 3 semi-finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles coming up in around about 12 or 13 minutes time. Top 2 in each, plus 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Now, the mascots, by the way, we were a bit caught off guard this morning with the names. I can reliably tell you the mascots are called Eve, the plum, and Lee, the raspberry. Plum is considered lucky, and the raspberry is to represent Serbia being a major producer of the fruit. So there you go, Eve and Lee.
Eve and Lee, which one was which again?
Hang on.
I mean, they're having a great time.
Lee is the raspberry.
Lee the raspberry and Eve the plum.
Yes.
Nice.
The plum and the raspberry.
Wouldn't want to get that wrong.
Do you remember when Robert Harting won the world discus title and didn't he carry the mascot on his back, or the mascot carried him? Something happened with Robert Harting, the German discus thrower. It was so funny at the time.
Love a bit of mascot action. I should have a race. That's what I think's best. 2 mascots versus Jenny Meadows on the infield. That's what I want.
Let's see if we can make that happen.
Not sure I have that kind of power. Marcel Jacobs might, though. Yeah, I loved his comments in the press events on Friday. He was just quietly confident. He doesn't have to be here. He's just won the Olympic Championships. He doesn't have to come out on this arena and prove himself again, but he's choosing to. He wants to test himself. He finished his outdoor season early to get himself ready for this indoor season because this event matters to him.
I also thought he spoke really well. Arthur Cisse getting himself poised and ready. He's had a good indoor season. I thought Jacobs spoke really well in that press conference. It was in Italian, but you can read quite a lot by the manner in which someone talks. And it was composed, it was measured, it was confident and relaxed. Jacobs is in a fabulous frame of mind, but he's going to have to go some to beat Coleman, judging on what we saw this morning.
It's time for the women's pole vault final.
Warm-up track is busy, and we're about to get busy inside the stadium. Here we go. The introductions for the women's pole vault final.
Let's meet them Chevrier.
Margot Chevrier, fourth in the European under-23s last year.
Roberta Bruni.
Bruni, the Italian, World Student Games champion. Olivia McTaggart, fifth in the World Juniors a few years ago.
Amelie Svavikova.
Spadenkova.
For Ukraine, Yana Radijczuk.
Lyanichuk of Ukraine.
Molinarolo.
Great work by the Italians. Molinarolo.
And next, the European indoor champion for Switzerland.
Angelika Moser. She's won so many world and European junior crowns. Could she deliver on the senior ranks?
Zhu Hoijin.
Bung Kui Xiu, twice an Asian silver medalist, eighth in the Olympics last year.
For Slovenia. Tina Šutej.
Tina Suchi, European indoor silver last year, the 33-year-old Slovenian.
For USA.
There is the reigning defending champion, Sandy Morris. Silver's in Rio, silver in London and Doha. Up against her compatriot and teammate, the Olympic champion, Katie Najot, who, remember, needed 3 attempts at her opening height in Tokyo, 450, and then ended up going home with the Olympic title. Morris is the defending champion. Najot is the Olympic champion, and we have a whole host of other world-class performers hoping to follow in some mighty footsteps and leaps onto the history books. It'll take a while for us to get to the business end of this women's pole vault final, but some intriguing twists and subplots. I'm wondering how Angelika Moser can perform. She was joint 13th in the World Champs a couple of years ago, needs to produce her best in a major senior final. That's what Katie Najot did last year in Tokyo for gold. Morris, though, the defending champion. Amity Svavikova, European under-23 champion last year. That's the Slovenian Tina Suche. Dance music pumping, atmosphere building. Massive night in the stadium this evening. I think our ears will be ringing by the time we come off air.
You've spoken a few times, Rob, about athletes that are here looking for redemption, and Sandy Morris has got to be one of those. Tokyo was really tough for her. She's such a championship performer. She really accustomed to picking up golds and silvers and always delivering in that championship environment. She just had everything go wrong for her in Tokyo. She's just been reminded, and I'm reading, she had a pole break, then she got a cramp, and you kind of think, it's such a reliable performer. You would fancy her chances of picking up a second Olympic medal there. So perhaps here for a little bit of redemption and defending her championship here at the World Indoors would be really special for Sandy Morris.
Wow, they really have turned up the music. Chevrier is going to be the first to vault. It's so loud in here, you can barely hear yourself think. I hope you can hear us. Margot Chevrier, fourth in European under-23s last year. She's going for an early one at 4:30. As well, just landing on the rather firm section of padding.
Pole vault athletes are very used to a buzzing environment like this. They have so many street competitions where it's all music and singing and dancing and cheering. So I wouldn't have thought the music would have put the French women off. Let's hope not.
Those street competitions are a great illustration of just how talented track and field athletes are, because when the public stand next to the upright, they cannot believe how tall it is. Roberta Bruni, World Student Games champion 3 years ago. She's also having a an early attempt at 4:30. Yep, that'll settle her down nicely. Sandy Morris has passed at this height, so too Tina Suchej of Slovenia and Katie Najot, the Olympic champion. Olivia McTaggart of New Zealand, 5th in the World Juniors back in 2018. Should be meat and drink for an athlete of her class, and it was. She'll feel better after a first-time clearance. It was a strange final last summer in Tokyo, wasn't it? Because it took her a little while to hit top gear, but when it did, it became quite intriguing. And I guess the fact that Katie Najot needed 3 attempts at 4:50 and took the gold is an illustration of how there were so many different twists and turns of drama in that final. Svabikova, merest hint of a wobble, no problem.
The balance between coming in early to settle your nerves and then trying to conserve energy for later in the competition, really fascinating. We'll see the 2 American athletes, I'm sure, just sitting out and trying to conserve energy in case they need to have multiple attempts when we get to 4 meters 80, 4 meters 85. But it's always nerve-wracking. You kind of think, well, what if they come in and they're not ready for it? What if it does take them 3 attempts to get their opening height? See Mondo Duplantis wait ages till he comes in. It never seems to trouble him. He always seems to be able to come out with a first-time clearance. And what we'll see from him tomorrow in this arena where he set that world record just a few weeks ago.
Yes, he said he cannot wait to perform back in Belgrade. So the very early stages of the pole vault competition. Meanwhile, 3 semi-finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles await us, just about to start.
We saw these women this morning. They navigated 6 heats to qualify for these 3 semi-finals. They were our first single eventers on this morning after the multi-eventers had a go. Busy day for our short sprinters, doing all 3 rounds in one day. You can see the graphic in the bottom corner there. First 2 will automatically qualify for the final. And Mittel Heltbeck of Denmark will fancy a spot in that final. She's already done 1 personal best today. 8:07 this morning, enough to make the final. Lane 2, Teresa Arandone of Spain. Season's best of 8:12 this morning. She comes close to her personal best of 8 seconds. That could see her into the final. And Izagre of Belgium. She looked pretty good this morning. She was on one of the far lanes in her heat. Devon Charlton of Bahamas. She looked really easy winning her heat. Cruised over those last couple of barriers. Lane 7. Lane 5 will be Naomi Flalen. Personal best to win her heat this morning. Off another great performance from Lane 8 for the Swiss team. Ebony Morrison had a really fast start, broke her own Liberian national record of 8:09 this morning in the heats. In Lane 7, Anna Maria Nestoruk, a Romanian, qualified all on her own out in Lane 8. Back to her right-hand side. But we do have a full field in this semi-final, and the final athlete is Brittany Anderson. By her own words, she really messed up the Olympic final in Tokyo. One of those athletes looking for redemption here at this World Indoor Championships in Belgrade. Her teammate, arguably the favourite, Danielle Williams, exited in the heats. We saw her break that hurdle in the recap at the start of the session. Can Brittany Anderson in Lane 8 keep the Jamaican hopes alive? Devon Charlton there, Bahamas in Lane 4. Looks so impressive this morning. First 2 through to tonight's final at 9:05. Charlton late to rise, but she gets a fast start just like she did this morning. She's left the Swiss athlete on her inside, and it is Charlton in the middle and Anderson of Jamaica coming through for second. That will be your top two in this first heat. Devon Charlton didn't put a foot wrong there. Brittany Anderson, tentative start for me, but she came through really strongly in the latter stages. Thought we might see some sub 8-second performances come this semi-final stage.
Well, that wasn't just good, it was superb from the small figure of Devon Charlton. A national indoor record for the Bahamian, 7.81. Brittany Anderson, 400ths back, 7.85. They were miles clear of all the rest. Huge margins ahead of Svabaran of Switzerland, who was third. And with 8.01, she might have a chance of nicking one of those two non-automatic spots. Charlton was away and clear in the centre of your picture. And then once again, that late charge from lane 8, Brittany Anderson, former world youth champion, world junior silver medalist, coming home in fine style for second. Svabaran will have to wait and see. Charlton was out of the blocks like a rocket. I'm just looking at the stats. She wasn't the fastest in terms of reaction time, but as soon as she got up into her running, she was never to be beaten. That was superb.
It was clear Charlton was running within herself this morning in those heats, but that shows really how much she was running within herself. Fantastic time there from Devon Charlton and from Brittany Anderson of Jamaica. But Svabaran having a really good day. That 7.95 in the first round this morning was scintillating. Just 8.01. I bet she wishes she could have run sub 8 seconds in this semi-final. It'll be a nervous wait for her with those non-automatic qualifying spots. See that confirmed result there. Devon Charlton, national indoor record for the Bahamas. 7.81. Brittany Anderson, 7.85 for Jamaica in second. Naomi Svabaran of Switzerland will wait to see if she's a non-automatic qualifying. Ebony Morrison, another national indoor record. The Liberian is having a fantastic day. It's the first of 3 semi-finals. Some big hitters coming in the second and third. They work their way towards that final. We've got our first look at the male shot putters. They're warming up downstairs. There's a big sports hall down there. Not that big once you throw in 18 male shot putters. That's the size of this field. You could argue they could have had a qualifying round. That might have given us a better look at the form of some of these athletes. We've got some fantastic personal bests down there in this group. This man, Ryan Krauser, has got the personal bests and the season's bests to warrant his label as a favourite for this men's shot put title. A little bit of an unknown territory from some of these other men. We maybe haven't seen them throw in the last few months. It'll be a fascinating competition as that unfolds.
That's Francisco Bello, the World Student Games gold medalist from a few years ago. Top 3 in the world are all in the competition. Krauser, Vukovic and Mikhailjevic, the Pole and the Croatian.
Big sigh of relief. Bar will now move up to 4 metres and 45. All competitors are due to come into the competition if they haven't already at this particular.
Stephanie Ann McPherson there, not fancying the cold weather outside. And we think it's quite warm here in the arena, but Stephanie Ann McPherson choosing to do a bit of jogging up and down in her puffer jacket. Now, she was the woman for me that really gave Femke Bol a bit of a run for her money yesterday. Femke Bol was quite open when she spoke to the press after a competition. She said, "I'm not used to being pushed in the final metres." Stephanie Ann McPherson certainly did that.
Now, we've had a few nervous moments in the early stages of the pole vault competition, but Eliza Molinarolo safely over 4:30 with her third and final effort, so she can breathe a sigh of relief. Getting an early one on the board and an early rush of unnecessary adrenaline, but she survives the test. National indoor champion this year. She has gone 4:46, so she is capable of going over the next height. The bar has gone up from 4:30 to 4:45. She needed all 3. Chevrier, the French woman, cleared 4:30 on her second attempt. Everybody else went over at the first time of asking. Moser passed, Morris passed, Sucher and also Najot. Back on the track, the second semi-final of the women's 60-metre hurdles. Serena Samba Mayala, the Frenchwoman going in lane 3, was the fastest qualifier this morning. And Ditaji Kambunji is in the lane alongside her. They were side by side in their heat this morning, but the other way around. Kambunji was on Samba Mayala's left. This time she's on her right. That's Venisten. She had a bit of a dramatic morning. First of all, she was third by a couple of thousandths of a second. Then it was reversed and she was relegated to fourth. And then in the end, she was back up to third. We think her family have made the trip here and the cameras kept focusing in on them. I wonder whether they'll be going through the mill of emotions again this evening. Jinalim, she was yawning this morning, which my co-commentator reminded me is a sign of nerves, not boredom. Anna Plotitsnya of Ukraine. 19 times a national champion. It's an extraordinary statistic from a 35-year-old. Yoveni Mota, national indoor record to qualify, 8:05. Made the semis of the World Juniors a few years ago. Serena Samba Mayala, remember that's 7:84. Fastest qualifier. Ditaji Kambunji, European Junior Champion. Right next to the woman with whom she qualified this morning. Maker Jinalim. Oh, she's not yawning now. PB in qualification. Oh, she is. Well, nearly. Ailsa Johnson, second in the US Indoor Champs this year. She won Heat 4 and in fine style. Julia Venisten. First she was in, then she was out, then she's in again. She needs to pinch herself. She is in the semis. Could she go one further? Liz Clay will be in what we're calling in Belgrade, lucky lane 8. Semi-finalist at the Olympic Games last year. Could she go one better and earn a place in the big one towards the end of our evening program?
On your marks.
Plotitsnya, Ukraine, Mota, Venezuela, Samba Mayala, France, Kambunji, Switzerland, Jinalim, Netherlands, Johnson, USA, Venisten, Sweden, Clay, Australia. Second semi-final of the women's 60-metre hurdles. Samba Mayala was the fastest this morning. If she can do so again tonight, she's coming back for the final.
Set.
It was a long hold, but they are away. Pretty good start from Kambunji with the Frenchwoman now coming up onto her shoulder. These 2 miles clear of the rest of the field. Samba Mayala and Kambunji are into the final. Or maybe some of that glittering gold has rubbed off onto the shoulders of the younger Kambunji sister. Mujinga took gold in the 60 flat yesterday. Samba Mayala came through to take that, but Kambunji set the tone early on. And those two were a long way clear of the rest. That was a great qualification from both.
It really was. It was pretty similar to this morning, evenly matched over those first few hurdles. Ditaji Kambunji doing really well, national indoor record. I was just reflecting on the summer. Ditaji Kambunji, she won that European Junior title and then full started at the World Juniors and got disqualified. Great to see her navigating these rounds brilliantly. Ditaji Kambunji, you can see her there on the inside getting a fantastic tough start. Samba Mayala just getting into her running. There's the third flight. Here's the fourth, and then by the fifth. About Pascal Martineau Lagarde, could he upset things on the men's side? We've forgotten to look at the female French hurdlers as well. Samba Mayala, all business so far today. She looked great in her first round and she's looked great in this semi-final.
And by the way, a little word for Yoveni Mota of Venezuela, a massive national indoor record, inside 8 seconds for the first time. Samba Mayala and Kambunji, very, very impressive qualifications. Yoveni Mota with that national indoor record has got a great chance of making the final as one of the 2 non-automatic qualifiers.
Well, looking like sub 8 seconds to make it into the women's 60-metre hurdles. 1 heat to go.
And here's a question for you, and it's not a rhetorical one. I genuinely can't remember. When you've got 2 athletes from different heats tied for a time, I wonder how they work out who goes through. This is Sandy Morris coming in nice and early from her perspective. 4:45, having passed at 4:30. Remember, she is the defending champion. But yeah, it could be very, very close, because Vibharan ran 8:01 in the first of the heats, and Liz Clay of Australia also ran 8:01. So they'll have to try and go down to thousands if they are the second joint non-automatic qualifiers. But it might be a moot point. We might get quicker 3rd and 4th place finishers in the 3rd semi-final. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Of the Czech Republic, that's her first attempt at 4 metres and 45. Got over 4 metres and 30 at her first attempt. She'll come back for a second attempt. Just putting that bung back on the end of her pole. That helps when they plant it into the box there at the bottom of the pole bed.
And we've seen so many occasions in these high jump and pole vault competitions over the years how crucial these early mistakes can prove to be when you end up in a countback scenario.
That is a brilliant camera angle. Look at that. Unfortunately for Slabikova, she probably won't want to replay that as she knocked the bar off, but just gives you real perspective on what these athletes can do.
Tina Sutesh, European indoor silver last year. Finished 11th in the Olympic Games in Rio, but much better last year in Tokyo. Joined 5th. Looking to join the likes of Sandy Morris and Olivia McTaggart with a first-time clearance. Yeah, a little bit of a wobble, but no problem. Really popular with the crowd. Slovenian. Gave it a bit of a clatter. One more semi-final to come in the women's 60-metre hurdles. The evening's action beginning to ramp up. She certainly enjoyed the noise from the crowd. Hu Xiu, a couple of Asian silver medals, 8th in the Olympic Games last year. She's gone 4:65 indoors this season. She's amongst the best vaulters. Yeah, drifted over towards her left-hand side a little bit, but the double fist pump tells you she's feeling a lot more comfortable about the competition. Now she's got a valid vault on the board. McTaggart, Morris, Susha and Xiu going clear the first time of asking. Moser with an early miss, the very talented Swiss vaulter who's yet to really deliver on a senior global stage. She's had a fine season. So, 2 semi-finals gone, 1 still to come. We've seen some fireworks fly. Will that be the case in this last semi-final? I'm really looking forward to seeing what Gabby Cunningham can produce here for the United States. In particular, she'll be 3rd from the right-hand side.
See Gabby Cunningham there, USA on her chest. 2nd fastest this morning. Can she convert that into a final? But we'll talk through the whole field. Representing Haiti in lane 1 will be Vanessa Clairvaux. Her personal best of 8:05. That would be really good if she could get close to that. Wasn't quite on that form this morning. Victoria Forster, just 19 years old. This Slovakian athlete competed in the 100 flat and the 100 hurdles at the World Junior Championships in Nairobi this summer. Lane 3, Gabrielle Cunningham. 7:98 this morning, the 2nd fastest in qualifying, 7th at Tokyo. Next to her, Michelle Harrison. She ran a personal best this morning of 8:11. Made it worth shutting her cake shop for the week. Zoe Sidney, just 20 years old for the Netherlands. She won the Birmingham World Indoor Tour. That was a really impressive field she beat just a few weeks ago. Lane 8.06 from Denmark, Mette Gravesgaard. 8.02 in her heat, perhaps benefiting from Danielle Williams' messy race where she cleared those hurdles. Danish athlete was there to pick up the pieces. Lane 7 is Elisa De Lazzaro, Italian Olympian. She's in the Italian military as well. Completing the lineup out in lane 8 is Ireland's Sarah Lavin. Could she be the woman to fill the shoes as Derval O'Rourke? She's building her career very well year by year. Derval O'Rourke taking this World Indoor title in 2006. I don't think Sarah Lavin will hit those heights at this championships, but she might well do in the next few years. Third and final heat of the women's 60-metre hurdles. 2 automatic spots for the final. You're looking at around 8 seconds on the nose if you want to get to that final as a non-automatic qualifier. Gabrielle Cunningham there in lane 3, just settling into her blocks. Watch out for Zoe Sedney of Holland in 5.
Set.
No way, no problems. It was fast start from Clevo in lane 1. But it is Cunningham and Sydney, and Sarah Lavin. Sarah Lavin, did she sneak through in that lucky lane 8 and give herself a spot in the final? These athletes, they do have a look at this board, the scoreboard at the far side of the stadium. It does like to change every now and again as the officials review those results and they make sure they get it absolutely right. But Sarah Lavin could have done something very special there for Ireland.
Timings that are on our computer in front of us are accurate. Sedney and Lavin have both gone through with PBs. Gabby Cunningham, with 8 seconds on the nose, just goes through as the second of the non-automatic qualifiers. Mota of Venezuela ran 7.99 in the first of the semi-finals. Wow. There were 2 fascinating moments in that race. The first was Sedney charging through the middle of the field after Cunningham had started brilliantly, and then, yet again, somebody coming through late in lane 8, and it was Sarah Lavin of Ireland. You said she's trying to step into the void left by Derval O'Rourke. World Indoor title in 2006. Well, she's given herself a chance getting into the final. The start from Cunningham, third from the right, was brilliant. Now, though, the Dutch woman Sedney, beginning to come through. Cunningham goes tight, and watch for the green of Ireland in the bottom of your picture, accelerating all the way through the line. Another 2 metres, she'd have probably out-dipped the Dutch woman. Both of them under 8 seconds, both of them with PBs, and both of them into the final.
Brilliant run there from Sarah Lavin and Zoe Sedney. For me, Gabrielle Cunningham, maybe just clipping that first hurdle, maybe that broke some of her momentum, but Sarah Lavin can hardly believe it. She's so enigmatic when you hear her interviews. See that result there confirmed. Zoe Sedney of Holland, personal best 7.95. Sarah Lavin, personal best 7.97. And our graphics seem to have caught up really well. Gabrielle Cunningham getting a non-automatic spot into the final. Let's hope she can get back in her sub 8 second spot. That'll probably give Gabrielle Cunningham lane 8 or something handy like that.
They certainly won't be too unhappy about that. Here's the full list for the final. Charlton looked superb in qualification, but so too did Samba Mayala and Kambunji. Brittany Anderson, could she become the first Jamaican winner of this title since Michelle Freeman in 1997? Gabby Cunningham squeaks in as the second of the 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Big final to come. She'll need to improve in the second half of her race.
First look at these men in the semi-final of the 60 metres. Jamaica's Ellis leading them out. Andrew Robertson of Great Britain. Saw him practicing his starts with Olympic champion Darren Campbell down in the warm-up area.
Ellis will be in lane 1. Mario Burke of Barbados will be out in lucky lane 8. So many good runs from lane 8, it's nuts. But this is a big moment for these men. 8 of them, only the first 2 coming back for the last of our finals this evening. That will be around about 9:20 local time here in Serbia. Now, Katie Najot, the Olympic champion, looking to join her compatriot Sandy Morris with a first-time clearance at 4:45, passed at 4:30. Yeah, no problem. A nice settler. Still got a few athletes who haven't managed to get over 4:45. Roberta Bruni's going to have to come back for another go. Kladchuk of Ukraine has missed with her first effort. And we've still got a full field of 11. Molinarolo needed 3 to get over 4:30, but she managed it, and she went first time clear of 4:45 as well.
I feel like Katie Najot was just touching her back then. She was just trying to muscle. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe she was just grimacing at something else she didn't like with her effort, but I do hope she's not carrying an injury. That would be a shame. I'd love to see Katie Najot and Sandy Morris battle it out into these 475s, 480s, 485.
Well, what a great women's 60-metre hurdle final in prospect later this evening. And what a brilliant follow-up we're going to have with the men's 60 flat. 3 semi-finals, tantalisingly close to getting underway. Marvin Bracey goes in the first. He was the quickest qualifier, PB of 6:46. World indoor silver way back in 2014. The American, now 28 years of age. We'll be watching out in this one, as Hannah mentioned, for Andrew Robertson, twice a national indoor champion, just off the podium in the European indoors last year. He's just tying his shoelaces up in lane 2, or just behind his blocks. That's Burke of Barbados. He'll be in lane 8. Jared Elcock, Pan American relay silver medalist a few years ago. Trinidadian, he goes in 6. There's Bracey. This will be a highly competitive semi. Right then, the first of 3 semi-finals in the men's 60 metres. Only the top 2 coming back for the climax of the evening. Less than 3 hours' time. Nigel Ellis, PB in qualification. He's a former World Junior bronze medalist over 200 metres. Andrew Robertson, 2-time national indoor champion, made the semis 4 years ago. Could he go one better here in Belgrade? Marvin Bracey, the fastest qualifier, massive PB of 6:46. How close will he have to go to that in the semis to make sure of a return in the final? Ferdinand Omanyala, the African record holder, 9:92 in the Olympic semis last year, and it wasn't good enough for the final. Travis Collins, representing Guyana, transferee from the United States. Will he need to improve on that 6:61 PB to make the final? Jared Elcock, second in Heat 5 with 6:63 this morning. The 23-year-old with a big task on his hands here. Imranur Rahman of Bangladesh, national indoor record to make the semi-finals. This is the biggest race of his life. And in lucky lane 8, quarter-finalist from the Olympics last year, Mario Burke. The Barbadian in lane 8. Ellis, Jamaica in 1, Robertson, Great Britain 2, Bracey, USA 3, Omanyala, Kenya in 4, Collins, Guyana 5, Elcock, Trinidad in 6, Rahman, Bangladesh in 7, Burke, Barbados in 8. Top 2 coming back for the final. Bracey in 3 will believe this is his opportunity. Fastest man this morning, He's already been on one World Indoor Championship podium with a silver 8 years ago. Can he give himself the chance of another? He'll be third from the right as they rise.
Stand up.
Ooh, so the tension mounts. I was really looking forward to that, and I'm sure they were like coiled springs in the blocks, so I couldn't see to my naked eye what the issue was, but of course there's a fair bit of activity going on in the peripheral vision of the officials and the athletes with the early stages of the women's pole vault competition.
No infraction.
So just a little word with Jared Elcock. I couldn't see the issue to the naked eye. We don't want any more disqualifications after the tears of the young Spaniard this morning. Right then, Ellis, Jamaica 1, Robertson, Great Britain 2, Bracey, USA 3, Omanyala, Kenya 4, Collins, Guyana 5, Elcock, Trinidad 6, Rahman, Bangladesh in 7, Burke, Barbados in 8. Top 2 coming back for the final. Bracey the fastest in the field. He'll be third from the top in lane 3 for the United States. We go again.
Set.
There was another little stutter there. Oh, one of the athletes has been left in the blocks. That hasn't been the case for Bracey. Easing down on the line. Brilliant run by Marvin Bracey. Andrew Robertson had one hand on the second spot for a while. Then it got a little bit tight just behind him. A real shame for Rahman of Bangladesh, who was left standing in his blocks. Not quite sure what happened there. He's having a look with the officials, but I think it'll be academic. Robertson looking up for the confirmation. The initial statistics are saying that he got second place, but it was very tight, and I'm not sure. What we are certain about is that Marvin Bracey started brilliantly and powered his way all the way through the line, 6:51. So what on earth happened with the Bangladeshi? Well, he just got left in the blocks.
He clearly, I don't know if he didn't hear the gun or if he thought that there'd been a false start from Jared Elcock outside of him, if he decided it was a false start, but the men were away. 7 of them heard enough to get them started. Andrew Robertson, that was a much better performance than he had this morning. The system in the stadium is implying that he didn't quite hold on to that second place. But Marvin Bracey, such a proficient starter, as is Andrew Robertson. So I think that's perhaps why they were so closely matched at the start. But Marvin Bracey coming good at the end. Ferdinand Omanyala looked good up to this stage. It will be interesting to see what the computer churns out as the official result for this race. It's so tight for second place.
Lovely high leg lift from Marvin Bracey, the silver medalist from Sopot 8 years ago. Omanyala just a couple of thousandths behind Andrew Robertson. It was tight for the minor places, really tight. Well, the fastest qualifier for the semis is in the final. Marvin Bracey easing up with 6:51. Jared Elcock given the nod for the second spot. So tight between Robertson and Omanyala. They will now face an anxious wait to see if 6:64 is good enough for the 2 non-automatic qualifiers.
The women's pole vault, Angelica Moser, first attempt at 5 metres and 60 centimetres. Switzerland are having a fantastic championship so far. Can Angelica Moser get this? Yes, she can. Great from the Swiss athlete. It took her 2 attempts to get over 4 metres and 45, but potentially back in her groove there, 4 metres and 60. First time clearance with plenty of space to spare. A little bit of a rattle on the way down. It's all about trying to get your high point precisely over the bar. It's the same game in the high jump. You can't use a pole to do it in the high jump. Probably makes it simpler. Angelica Moser, the first athlete in this women's pole vault field to go clear at 4 metres and 60. Margot Chevret of France has had 1 failure at 5 metres and 60. Definitely the biggest crowd I think we've seen so far. We had pretty good crowd last night for the second session of this World Indoor Championships. looking even better now. Sandy Morris, first time clearance at 4 metres and 45. The bar has gone up to 4 metres and 60. Can the defending champion keep her clean sheet? Such a good job of matching her hair to a vest. And be frustrating there for Sandy Morris. As countback in the score sheet is going to start coming into effect very soon. We saw that in the women's high jump as well. Really puts the pressure on you if you have some failures early on at a height that you feel you should be able to manage.
Yes, we thought that was going to perhaps cause a problem for Yaroslava Mahuchik, who needed an early attempt at 192, I think. We'll keep a close eye on that pole vault. Sandy Morris with an early error at 460. Plenty of life left in that one, and plenty of drama in store in our second two semi-finals, the men's 60 metres.
Looks like just the 7 men lining up for this event. In lane 1 will be David Vivas. His national record of 6 seconds and 63 could put him in contention for the semi-final. He didn't look that good this morning. Lane 2 is Stephen Abossi. National record in 2022. He equalled that in the heat. In lane 3 is the double Olympic champion. Took those gold medals for Italy in the 100 metres and the 4x100. Here to test himself over a shorter distance, Marcel Jacobs. Lane 4, Arthur Cisse, Ivorian national record this morning. 6:53. In lane 5, Adam Thomas, he won the British Championships in a Scottish record. That's that personal best you can see there, 6 seconds and 56. In lane 6, Shuhei Tada, he's led Japan off to 2 World Championship bronzes in 4x100. Lane 7 will be our final competitor, Karl Nazarov. He lowered his own national record by 0.07 of a second this morning. Cisse and Jacobs in 3 and 4. The fastest on paper. Marcel Jacobs looking so smooth this morning, easing down to 6:53. First 2 across the line automatically qualify for tonight's final. Athlete there, Tada, falling out of his blocks.
And look how far down the track Marcel Jacobs got. He was within about 20 metres of the finish line.
Really turning these races around fast. Once they've disqualified someone, you can see there, lane 6, that is Shuhei Tada of Japan.
And actually, there was the merest hint of a twitch by Nazarov, the Estonian, who was getting pumped up in the lane alongside him. He was whipping the crowd into a frenzy. There was a twitch by Nazarov, and that's what set Tada off in the lane on his inside.
And that twitch, Nazarov, if he did twitch, that would be kind of false start as well. The camera focusing on Shuhei Tada. And this lady has had this horrible job all weekend. And it is a disqualification for Japan. You can see that negative reaction time there. He moved before the gun even went. It is heartbreak for Japan's Tada. So helpful to that 4x100 metre team. So reliable on their first leg, picking up a pair of world bronze medals. He's not going to contend anymore in this World Indoor Championships.
I think that's harsh because he was set off by a twitch from Nazarov, who is still on the track in lane 7.
So Nazarov there to the left of screen, moving across. Lane 5 will be Thomas of Great Britain. Lane 4, Cisse of the Ivory Coast. Lane 3, Jacobs of Italy. Lane 2, Abossi of Botswana. And lane 1, Vivas of Venezuela.
Set.
way this time. Everyone's sitting in their blocks a little bit for me. Adam Thomas got a great start, but here comes Marcel Jacobs. Did Adam Thomas of Scotland and Great Britain sneak himself into second place there? The initial graphic says so, but we saw that for Britain's Andrew Robertson in the previous heat. But no question about the winner. It was Marcel Jacobs. A tentative start for me, maybe playing it safe. He won't be able to do that against the final. In the final against Christian Coleman, if he successfully navigates his heat, that's next. But the Olympic champion from Italy, Marcel Jacobs, striding off, asking, where do I go? I need to go and warm down. Cisse will be bitterly disappointed if he misses out on this final.
6:45. I thought it was a little bit tight early on for Jacobs. Come the second half of the race, he began to pull away, but he had to work very hard. Third from the right-hand side. Cisse and Thomas going well. Jacobs up at this point, and Nazarov came through very, very late. I think you're right, Thomas might just have dipped himself over the line and into the final.
Some fantastic start from Adam Thomas there, really held his nerve. When you see a false start, we saw Tada get disqualified. Having the nerve to still give it everything in that start. Really impressive there from Great Britain's Adam Thomas. Le Mans Marcel Jacobs, he maybe doesn't have to take that risk when his second half of the race is so strong, so powerful. You can see that official result that has been confirmed, a win and a world lead for Le Mans Marcel Jacobs. 6:45, that takes that equals the world lead of Christian Coleman. Terence Jones, Bahamas, he's done that time as well. And Adam Thomas of Great Britain, 6:57 there for second place. It's just a hair outside his own Scottish record. Maybe he'll get a shot at that in the final. Nazarov will have to wait to see if that's fast enough for a non-automatic spot, as will Cisse.
They are the two quickest non-automatic qualifiers at the moment, so it'll be 6:59 they're aiming at come the third of the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Angelika Moser of Switzerland is the only athlete clear at 460 at the first time of asking. 6 other vaulters have failed with their first attempt, including Sandy Morris. Katie Najot next to go after the Ukrainian, Yana Ladichuk. She needed 2 attempts at 4:45. Made the top 8 in the European indoors. Yes, maybe taking some motivation and inspiration from the performance of Yaroslava Mahuchik, who won that high jump final in such style for Ukraine this morning. Not much room left to play with there. Doesn't matter. She's over.
Heavy strapping there. See that knee, just a huge knee brace on. I think when an athlete is proficient at an event, they make it look easy. It's easy to forget the forces that go through their joints. Damien Warner this morning, that scrappy hurdles. Katie Najat back on the runway. First attempt at 5 meters, 4 meters and 60. Easy work for the Olympic champion. So first time I've seen Katie Najat look relaxed and smiling, really finding her groove as this bar goes up.
And just looking at the leaderboard, she is the only vaulter to not have an X next to her name. So that is a significant clearance for Najot. First time over 4:45, first time over 4:60. Compatriot Sandy Morris will have to come back for a second crack at 4:60. She has recently started working with Katie Najot's coach Brad Walker, and it seems to have reignited Morris, but we will see. Right then, last semi-final, the men's 60. Bracey went 6:51 in the first, Jacobs 6:45 in the second. How will Christian Coleman go in the third? Carlos Nascimento, 5th in the European indoors last year, equalled his PB in qualification. Felipe Bardi, Brazil, South American champion, indoors and out. He's also gone low 6.6s. Alexander Askovic, another athlete needing a PB to qualify for the semis. Femi Ogunode, world indoor bronze medal back in Sopot 8 years ago. Semi-finalist in the Olympics last year over 100. Balade Ajamale, he ran really well from lane 1 in qualification, joint PB to get here. The world champion, the world record holder, Christian Coleman. What response can he produce here to Bracey's 6.51 and the Olympic champion Jacobs 6.45? Lane 7 empty, and it's Bernat Canet of Spain in lucky lane 8. Coleman is desperate to return to the global stage with yet another gold. Took the title in Birmingham in 18 indoors. Took the title in Doha over 100 meters the year later outdoors. He is back in an international vest, and he is in search of glory once more. What marker can the American put down from lane 6? The third semi-final, the men's 60 meters. Coleman got a blistering start this morning. Also going well is Ajamale. Coleman miles clear. I think the Canadian might well have come home for the second automatic spot there. It wasn't quite as relaxed as it was this morning, but Christian Coleman is through to the final. Ajamale did really well, coming home, I think, in the second spot. Was getting a little bit tight. Coleman has been given at the moment 6.51. Exactly the same time that he produced this morning, but this morning he was jogging, tonight he was working. Tension is creeping in to the demeanour of the defending reigning champion.
See Christian Coleman, you could hear it with his microphones down there. You could hear him, big exhalation of air. They've really got to get all that air out of them, power, power, power. But you would not expect to see Christian Coleman behind in those first few meters, and he shuts it down ever so slightly. But you're right, Rob, not as smooth as he looked this morning. Ajamale of Canada, you can see him there in lane 5. Tall figure, he's got to work hard to get that cadence going. He's got longer limbs than the rest of them. He does his job really well. And Coleman is looking to become only the second man to ever repeat. We haven't had a repeat world indoor champion since Bruni Surin of Canada, 93-95. Christian Coleman trying to do this double 4 years apart. We saw it with Ava Svoboda yesterday as well. She looked so good in the first round, and then just a bit tenser in the semi-final. Let's hope Christian Coleman isn't going to let the nerves get the better of him as well.
Good running by his North American counterpart, Balade Ajamale. He took the second spot, 6.58. Ogunode was third, 6.60. He won't go through as one of the non-automatics. Well, a little bit of tension in the demeanour of Christian Coleman, but he is through to the final. So too Ajamale. Ogunode will miss out with 6.60. The two non-automatic qualifiers, Nazarov and Cisse, who were both tied on 6.59 in one of the earlier semi-finals. It's the final we were all hoping for. Jacobs, the Olympic champion, against Coleman, the world champion. But don't forget about Marvin Bracey, Coleman's compatriot. So back with the pole vault. Olivia McTaggart, 4.60. Oh, it was so close. Hopefully she's all right, just slipping down the front of the matting. So one last attempt for her. Chevrier, the Frenchwoman, has also had a second failure at 4.60. Now, cameras will focus on Sandy Morris, hoping to join her compatriot Katie Najot and Kladyczuk of Ukraine going clear. Moser, remember, of Switzerland. was the first to make it over, but she's had one failure at 4:45, so she is behind Katie Najot on countback at the moment.
Steve Rippin there. Coach Steve Lewis of Great Britain, Kate Dennison, Kate Rooney now. Steve Rippin knows his way around the pole vault, offering some advice there to New Zealand's Olivia McTaggart.
Morris hoping to bounce back after the disappointment in Tokyo last summer. The defending champion. Miles clear, that's better. She needed that.
Quite. Sandy Morris, phew. That looked a much better attempt and clearance. That's the best we've seen her. 4:45 was fine. 4:60 failure really looked a bit shaky, but that was fantastic clearance from the defending champion. This championship isn't treating its defending champions very kindly so far. Pavel Maslak, he was nowhere near. A few others have fallen by the wayside. So let's see if Sandy Morris can break that curse here.
And remember, I guess part of the reason for that might be that the gap has been 4 years instead of 2. And in the life cycle of an athlete, 4 years is a very long time. Slavikova needed 2 for 4:45. Needs at least 2 for 4:60. A little bit ragged on the way up. World Junior Champion 4 years ago. That must feel like a while back for her now. Edging towards the business end of this women's pole vault competition. We've got some brilliant track action still to come. Men's 800 final not too far away. And just before 8 o'clock, in about 40 minutes time, the men's heptathlon 1,000 metres. Warner going for the title that eluded him by 5 points 4 years ago. Slavikova will have to come back for a third attempt. Very experienced Slovenian Tina Sutej. More than capable. Oh, miles clear. Miles clear. And there's a genuine affinity between the Slovenian and the Serbian crowd. Big, big roar. And on the far side of the arena, we have a huge number of people into the stadium. They'll be on the right side as far as the men's shot put final is concerned, and they'll get a great view down the back straight for the 800s coming up shortly.
I could not be more excited for this men's 800. It's wide open. It's going to be such a fantastic final. 2 Spaniards, 2 Americans. Could they run as a team? I don't think they will.
Hugh Quinn-Siu. Looked as though initially she was safely over. Just needs to do a little bit of readjustment there. She had first time clearances at 30 and 45. She's living a little dangerously here at 4:60. It's a hard race to call, the men's 8, which is why we're looking forward to it so much.
No, it really is. We've lost the 2 pre-race favourites, Elliot Giles, Collins Kiprutu. He didn't qualify out of his heat. Elliot Giles wasn't able to start. I think he might have slipped a disc in warming up. He had a back spasm. It's a real shame to leave those 2, but the 8 men for that final are just beginning their strides. Just down the side of this women's pole vault, just need you getting some coaching instructions. You'll see those men there in the right-hand corner of your screen, getting ready for their 800-metre final.
Molinarolo. She's lived dangerously already at 4:30. She needed 3 at that height, and she's going to need 3 at 4:60. So Moses clear, Morris is clear, so too Sutej, Katie Najot and Kladichuk. But we have 5 women who will have to come back for a third attempt. We could see this field of 11 being reduced quite dramatically rather soon.
It always happens all of a sudden in the... You've got lots of athletes, lots of attempts, and I feel like it always whistles down to 4-6 athletes really quickly. Definitely getting to crunch time here in this women's pole vault.
You can see the men prowling around, getting ready for the start of this 800 metres. Margot Chevrier on the infield. She's just about dead level with the start line for the 800, so she's having to block out a lot in her peripheral vision. Last chance to stay in the competition. No. Oh, the French woman bows out. 4th in the European Under-23s last year. She is a national champion indoors and out. Her clearance at 4:45 will remain her best. And she might not be the only vaulter to succumb to 460.
We'll try and keep you up to date with this women's pole vault competition. Olivia McTavish, she's on her 3rd and final attempt as well. She's just asking for some crowd support on the runway. She's got her pole on her shoulder. There she is. I'm sure the Kiwi would love to have a clearance at this stage in the competition. Olivia McTavish, 3rd and final attempt at 4 metres and 60. Oh, she gets it. Look what that means to her. Pressure jump. 3rd and final attempt for Olivia McTaggart, and she gets it.
That was tight. Needed absolutely everything she had. Wrapped her upper body around the bar after the legs were over. This angle is absolutely brilliant. So now the lean back, giving herself a little clap as she headed down onto the mat. Kiwi's aspirations for a big finish are still alive.
Hats off to McTaggart there. But it's quite a big jump after this. On up to 4 metres and 70.
So, 3 more women to see whether they either go out or advance to 470, and then we will turn our attention to the 800. They're prowling around by the start line. Svabikova, no. We've lost Chevrier of France. McTaggart has kept her dreams alive. Svabikova also bows out. It'll be Hugh Quinn Zhu next, with Molinarolo, the last to try and get over 460, the 3rd time of asking. Svabikova from the Czech Republic, failing to get over 460. Her competition in Belgrade comes to a premature end. Hugh Quinn Zhu would certainly have felt she's capable of reaching this height. She's gone 465 indoors this season. 2 good early clearances at 430 and 445. Now, just being told to wait. Cone has been put in place, so we thought we would get to the end of this mini round, if you like, at 460. The men have been on the start line for the 800 for an eternity. Okay, the officials weren't sure, now they are. So Zhu does have her 3rd and final attempt at 460. Oh, no. She too bowing out at a height she has attained indoors this season. So not to be a medal for her. You can sense her frustration. She trudges back and starts to think about the outdoor campaign to come. Timing was just all off. So one last vaulter to attempt 460. It'll be Eliza Molina-Rollo. And then the 800 metres will begin. There she goes. Needed 3 at 4:30. No, not this time. So, the Italian bowing out. So too the Frenchwoman Chevrier, Svabikova and Zhu of China. The field has been almost halved at 460 as we turn our attention to 470 for these women and a thoroughly intriguing men's 800-metre final, which is just about to begin.
Unusually an 8-man final here at the World Indoor Championships, but they're used to it on the circuit. It won't be a problem. It might not be a problem for Bryce Hoppel, the US champion. He said he was holding back yesterday, conserving energy after a long travel. He won the US Championships by over a second out there in lane 6. So here's inside Mariano Garcia. He's got the fastest time in the world this year. He closed his final 200 the fastest yesterday. Likes to mime a motorbike before he starts. That might be reminiscent of his last lap, but can he time it right? Isaiah Harris, he had a fantastic last lap yesterday. He doesn't usually kick that early, but he said he had to get ahead of other athletes and make himself an obstacle. He thinks a 1-2 for the USA could be possible for him and his roommate Hoppel. Darriba of Spain, a Spanish champion, getting the better of Garcia at their national championships. Andreas Kramer of Sweden will be in lane 3. He led yesterday. He's never scared to lead on the global stage. Could we see him do the same in this final? And sharing that tight lane 2 there, Marco Arup of Canada. He looked good winning his heat. He's certainly capable of getting a medal. Can he time it right? Elliot Crestan of Belgium sharing this lane 2. Crestan, he always gets himself at the front at some point in the race. On the inside, Noah Kibet of Kenya. Pretty inexperienced on the indoor circuit, but he didn't look it yesterday. He won his heat. Could he be one to upset the athletes on his outside? Collins Kiprutu, the Kenyan we thought we'd see in this final. But Noah Kibet carrying the mantle of Kenya.
On your marks.
See them wobbling in their lanes here. Darriba barging his way past Isaiah Harris. There really is only space for one man to run in each of these lanes. Marco Arup has gone off really fast. He's good over 400. He knows how to lead these races. He's got himself out of trouble. Canada's Marco Arup in the lead at the moment.
I was watching him closely. If there's anybody you don't want to be sharing a lane with, it's Marcus Arup. He's an absolute man-mountain. He's gone to the front really well here. He's running so smoothly, so powerful. He's almost David Rudisha-esque. Kramer's gone with him to try and make sure he stays out of trouble. No move by the Americans yet. I also agree with what you said at the start. Isaiah Harris, PB over 600 just before coming here. He's last at the moment and needs to pay attention. 50.5 at the halfway stage. This is fast. When are the Americans going to make a move?
They've got to get moving. They're good at pacing themselves. Bryce Hoppel grimacing a little bit there. Garcia did a big move coming into that 400-metre mark. How much will that have taken out of his legs? He eases past the tall Kramer of Sweden, though, and it is still Marco Arup of Canada. He must have had this as his game plan. He's left the rest of the athletes behind him. They've got 200 metres to go. If they want to catch the tall Canadian, they have got to do something about it soon. Mariano Garcia looks up at the big screen in the middle of the ground. What can he do to hold off a charge from the young Noah Kibet on the outside? They're going to hit this final turn. It's going to get tight, and it's Mariano Garcia in the lead. Kibet of Kenya in second. Garcia, he's starting to tie up. He's starting to grimace. Has he got anything left to hold off Kibet? Here comes Bryce Hoppel of USA. Kibet and Garcia on the inside. Garcia, Kibet, Bryce Hoppel. into a title for Spain. Spain have not won this event for years. It's the 80s. Mariona Garcia powering home, showing why you never, well, you're always intrigued. You might sometimes doubt, but you shouldn't. The tactics of the Spanish men indoors. So astute at timing their sprint finish. Mario Garcia didn't put a foot wrong in that race.
So good by the Spaniard. He was almost overhauled. He came under immense pressure from Noah Kibet. Marco Ayrop ran out of steam spectacularly. He looked so good for 650 meters, but as soon as he was overtaken, his quest for glory was over. Kibet was so close to timing that perfectly, but you're right, no Spaniard has won this since 1985. They have now. The Americans were talking about a 1-2. In the end, it was a bronze and a seventh for them. Hoppel delighted to get himself on the podium, but Garcia revved the motorbike and got himself the gold. Hoppel in third, Kibet so close to taking that for Kenya. But Garcia with the race of his life. It was wide open and Garcia was the one to seize the opportunity.
It's a tactical school of thought that says if a race goes fast, it will go to the form book. And did Marco Ayrop do Mariano Garcia a favour here? See, Garcia, he made a big move halfway through on that second lap to get himself into second position, and this was his race-winning move. He had to get past the tall Canadian before they hit that bend. He didn't want to run wide on that bend. Noah Kibet had to. He had to maintain that motion and that power through to the finish line, but he could not get past Mariona Garcia. Kibet ran a really smart race. He only stepped off the rail when he had to. And he had to have a shot at that gold medal in that final 100 meters. But Mariano Garcia, I'm really impressed by that. He's won on the circuit. I haven't quite seen him deliver in the championships yet. See, look at that tongue sticking out, giving it absolutely everything. Kibet with those splayed fingers we saw yesterday when he won his heat. Everybody else coming wide, desperately trying to pick up that bronze medal, and it will go to Bryce Hoppel of the USA.
That was the moment he realised. You could see his eyes bulging. He kept watching for Kibet coming, and although the Kenyan was closing, he didn't do it quickly enough. Sheer delight for the Spaniard. De Arriba wasn't too far away from the podium either. The motorbike celebration might catch on. It's not quite the lightning bolt, but it's his version.
He's been trying for a few years to get that catching on. You can see that confirmed result there. Mariano Garcia of Spain taking the gold medal in this World Indoor Championships over the men's 800. Noah Kibet of Kenya, a fantastic silver medal, and USA's Bryce Hoppel picking up the bronze. Well, that certainly didn't disappoint, and this women's pole vault final is starting to get interesting as well.
It certainly is. We've lost quite a few. Now, Sandy Morris. Remember, she is the reigning, defending champion. Looking to become the first woman clear at 470. Just that one failure at 460 with her first attempt. Working with Brad Walker. Things seem to be clicking once again for the champion. Yes, she is the first clear at 470. Game on for Sandy Morris. She's seized the initiative and the momentum in this competition. Just bear in mind that Katie Najot, her teammate, has not registered a miss yet. First time clearance at 45 and 460, but she's yet to go over 470. Morris is safely there. Vladichuk of Ukraine just thought it was her turn. Now, this to retake the lead. Morris already there. So she has one failure at 460. It's 2 out of 2 for Najot. Can she turn it into 3 out of 3? Yes, she can. The Olympic champion is in fine form. No mistakes yet. She is in first place.
All smiles for last summer's Olympic champion. Hear the music pounding in the background. That men's 800 has really lit up this session. The crowd getting really excited about that fantastic race. And they're getting ready to introduce the men's shot put. You'll be treated to the first light show of this afternoon session at day 2 at the World Indoor Championships. Building the tension, building the drama.
Once again, it's time to decide the winners.
The big men are getting ready to rumble in Belgrade.
It is time for the men's shot put final.
Vreme za finale u bacanju kugle.
My favourite of the light shows so far. 18-man final, starting off with Petsa, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then you've got Nick Ponzi, Nicky Two Chins, calls himself that on social media. It's not come from me. Karatic there of Poland. The second of the Italians, Zenweir, they're in good shape at the moment. The Italians taking 1-2 at the recent European Throws Cup. Croatia, Mihailovic, he's throwing well this season. Whizzing along these athletes. He's having a good season. Scott Lincoln, a 13-time British champion. Singh Tor of India, silver at the Asian Games recently.
Francisco Bello, Portugal.
And we're going to get to show all of these athletes. European outdoor. The other one, Buzowski. 2 great Polish athletes in this field. Konrad Buzowski, number 2 in the world at the moment. Listen to that roar for Asmir Kolshinez of Serbia. The Serbian athletes are performing really well at their home championships. Except the big Brazilian Darlan Romani. 4th on the entrance here, 5th in Rio, 4th at the World Champs, 4th at the Olympics. Thomas Walsh, one of our 12 defending champions at this World Indoor Championships. He holds the championship record, but for how long? You'd think surely this man, Ryan Krause, has got both hands. I don't want to jinx him, but surely he's got both of his hands on that gold medal. His head and shoulders above the rest of the field at the moment. Ryan Krause, this is his first appearance at the World Indoor Championships. He's got so many accolades under his belt. And he hasn't even competed at the World Indoor Championships, but he's here to try and take that gold medal. Ryan Krause, 60 centimetres ahead of Konrad Buzowski on season's bests. Angelina Topic, she got so much of the attention from the crowd this morning in the women's high jump. Just 16 years old, Topic had a great time jumping in front of a home crowd. Peterson there of Sweden, limbering up. Bukowiecki of Poland. He was 2nd at the European Championships, behind his teammate Mikol Haratic. Watch out for the pair of poles. Watch out for those 2 Italians. Just saw Nick Ponzo on your screen there. Ponzio, there he is. Can't see his shorts. Probably has to wear regulation kit in this championship. So if you see him on the circuit, wearing a much jazzier outfit than that. Go check out his Instagram if you fancy that. Nick Ponzio of Italy. One of the characters of our sport. Like I said, a really big field. I think we do have the full complement of 18 starters down there. Will be Metin Petsa to start us off. Every man will get 3 throws, and then we'll whittle it down to 8 to have the final 3 throws towards the end of the competition. So these first 3 throws is about getting yourself in the top 8 and giving yourself a chance. First line there is 20 metres. It's a solid start there from Metin Petsa. All of these men capable of over 20. Jinder Singh Tour of India. He's not done that so far this year, but his personal best is over 20 metres. So we really need to get looking at that 22-metre mark. Who can get close to that? Who can get over it? Good start there for Petsa. 20 metres and 64. But next up will be the Serbian athlete. I wonder if the crowd know he's stepping up. He's just doing his wrist straps there. I'm sure they're going to give him a big roar as he gets into the circle. Kolashinets. There we go. You can hear that ripple around the crowd. 37-year-old. 20 metres, 21 metres and 6 centimetres so far this season. Big PA system here, blasting out some Queen, getting the crowd clapping, everything they can do to get some energy here for Asmir Kolashinets. Could take an early lead there for Serbia. Chasing that mark of 20 metres and 64. Fist pump from the big man, Ryan Krauser. Serbian here using that rotation technique. We're going to see Ryan Krauser use later. Apparently not called a spin. If you're in the trade, it's called a rotation. Ala Davis, just off to my left-hand side, helping me out with the terminology here in this men's shot put. Here he is, Nick Ponzio. Good season. Nick Ponzio and Zane Weir 1-2 at last week's European Throwing Cup in Liera. They are the men in form. It was second place for Ponzio. They both threw over the championship record. Personal best just last week for both of them. Around about that 20-metre mark to Nick Ponzio. I feel bad calling him Nicky Two Chins, but if you call yourself Nicky Two Chins on your Instagram, you're asking for it. The only bit of pizzazz he can bring to his regulation Italian outfit is some snazzy socks and shoes that don't match. Unfortunately a foul there for Ponzio in the first round.
Sounds more like a gangster than a shot putter.
I didn't feel it. I thought I hit it.
Nicky Two Chins. I love that. That is brilliant. Great insight there from Hannah England.
I know, yeah, I was going to.
Well, if he's Nicky Two Chins, what on earth would you be calling Ryan Krauser in a gangster film? He's twice the size of the Italian.
Two-shoulder Krauser. That's what I call him.
The Man Mountain.
Four-shoulder Krauser. That's what I mean. 2 sets of shoulders. Each of these guys on their own would look like or probably one of the tallest men you've ever met. All down there together. Let's have a look back. You can just see there why Nicky Ponzio has been given that foul. Another insight from Ala Jones, who were reflecting on the women's shot put competition yesterday. Ala Davis, it was so phenomenal. And Ala Davis was pointing out, there's no iPad over there that these men can go and check. We've got that in some of the other field events. They can go and have a look, try and not challenge the foul as such. They need to learn from it. They have a right to challenge it perhaps if they don't think it should have been a foul, but they definitely need to understand why they've been awarded in a foul so they can avoid it the next time and they can learn from it. Nick Ponzio might have to rely on some coaching staff over on the outfield to help him. Mikael Haratic of Poland will be next in the circle. reigning European outdoor champion. We've talked about these world indoor champions holding that title for 4 years. Same with the European outdoor title. I haven't had a European outdoor championships since Berlin in 2018. Haratic there in the background, patiently waiting.
I always enjoy the shot put finals. By the way, little note of history. Although Christian Cantwell of the United States has won 3 world indoor titles, he hasn't done them in a row. So Tom Walsh of New Zealand would be the first male shot putter to win 3 in a row if he can come out on top tonight. But the men's shot put is arguably at the highest level it's ever been. The world final outdoors in Doha, where there was just a single centimetre separating the top 3, was one of the greatest single field event competitions I think most of us have ever seen over decades of watching and talking about athletics. So it will be a tall order for Tom Walsh, but we will come back to that. Now, one by one, they're falling by the wayside. Angelica Moser has a third attempt here at 470. She's lying in third place. So many world and European junior medals. No, not to be. Very untidy. Hopefully she's okay. So she's in third, courtesy of the first time clearance at 460. McTaggart could overtake her. She'll be the next to vault. She too is on Last Chance Saloon at 470. Morris is in second place. The American defending champion is already over, but she's in second to Katie Najot, because where Morris had 1 failure at 460, Najot has gone first time clearances at 445, 460 and 470. So the Americans are in first and second. Moser would get the bronze if McTaggart, Sutej and Kladichuk all bow out at this height. But we'll see. McTaggart needed 3 efforts for 460. She let out a massive roar of delight after securing that height. Will she do so here over 70? No. No medal for McTaggart, despite the heroics at the earlier height. Top 6 finish for her, as we return our attention to the shot put.
Finally, Haratic of Poland has been given the green light. They're taking that cone out of his way. The European outdoor champion can have his opening throw this competition. Going for that rotation technique as well, and you can just see him falling out of the circle there, the red flag up. Just lost his balance. That final rotation, and to catch himself for putting his foot down. These men are so big, it's like they run out of space. Right, our first look at the defending champion, Tom Walsh. He's not been in his best form the last couple of years, but there is a Commonwealth Games coming up. I wonder if that could have been enough to motivate Tom Walsh this season, together with the chance to defend his world indoor title, go for a hat-trick of world indoor golds. And Thomas Walsh do in this first round. That's good, over 22 metres. He's saying, I'm reigning double champion for a reason. Putting the pressure on the rest of the field. Great put there from New Zealand's Thomas Walsh. Being measured at 22 metres and 29 centimetres. Tom Walsh in the gold medal position at the moment. But here comes the big man. Krauser, look at that personal best, 23.37. World indoor record is 22 metres 82.
So coming through for our final athletes looking to stay in the volleyball competition of 4 metres 70. Third attempt for Advisha.
Ryan Krauser through that last year, just at the start of that Olympic year. Now Informed by Ala Davis, Krauser is one of the tallest men to ever attempt the rotation technique. Something to do with why he is tearing apart the record books. It's a great start there from Ryan Krauser. Doesn't look that much better than Tom Walsh's 22.29. All 6 of Ryan Krauser's throws at the Tokyo Olympics would have been good enough to win. Let's see, has Krauser managed that again? Or has Tom Walsh managed to hold him off in this first round? Right there, claps himself. He might be clapping himself again. It's come up in the stadium as 22 metres and 44 centimetres. Early lead for Ryan Krauser of the USA.
Tina Sutej of Slovenia, very popular with the crowd. Out of the medals if she bows out. If she goes over, she joins Morris and Najot in a continued battle for gold, silver and bronze. Oh yes, she likes it. The crowd love it. The Slovenian moves up into 3rd. What a great vault. Just at the very moment the pressure was on. So Angelika Moser of Switzerland will not be on the podium. Sutej going over and moving up. At the very least, it will be bronze for the Slovenian. Bar will move up to 4.75 with only the 3 women remaining. Sandy Morris will be the first to attempt that height. Sutej in 3rd, Najot still leading after 3 successful clearances at 45, 60 and 70. A great crowd, and they're in for a wonderful treat. Last 2 hours of our competition is action-packed. Well, the big boys are on the infield for the shot put, and the big men are out on the track for the end of the heptathlon. Carol Tilger, US collegiate champion, indoors and out. He lies in 10th. Dario Desta, 2:42 his PB. Could he get anywhere close to that? Stephen Bastian was wonderful in the high jump with that 2:08. He too is around the mid-230s. Yorke Urena, the European indoor champion, a bit disappointed with his performance so far. He lies 7th. Lyndon Victor, Commonwealth champion, 7th in Tokyo last summer. He's in 6th. Andre Oberholzer, good start with his hurdles this morning, national indoor champion. He's 5th. Then it gets interesting. Hans Christian Hausenberg. This is a huge moment for the Estonian. He's in 4th. Can he outrun this man for a bronze? Ash Maloney, the Olympic bronze medalist. Could he become the world indoor bronze medalist? He's never done an indoor competition, and he could be about to get a medal. Damien Warner missed out on the gold by 5 points 4 years ago. If he outruns Ehammer by 3 seconds, he will take the title he's craved for a long time. Ehammer, the European junior gold medalist in 2019, is in the lead and needs to try and hang on to the coattails of the Canadian, who will be just on his outside. So it's Warner to beat Ehammer for gold. It's Hausenberg of Estonia trying to beat Maloney, the Australian, for the bronze. Men's 1,000 metre heptathlon. Warner giving a little shove in the side to Ash Maloney. Tilger tracking the early leaders. Warner needs to beat Ehammer by about 3 or 4 seconds, and in terms of PBs, there's 14 seconds between them. and it's already looking good for Warner, with Stephen Bastian, the small figure, leading at the moment. He's a long way out of contention, as is Tilga of Estonia. So the key figure is the man on the right of your picture there, Damien Warner, hoping to close in on a title he was tantalisingly near to winning 4 years ago in Birmingham, and it's looking good at the moment, Hannah.
It is. Damien Warner's been in this position so often. I think his men will be pleased that it's 1,000 metres, not 1,500 metres. Damien Warner really slowly working his way back onto Stephen Bastian and Carl Tilga. They likely will slow in the latter stages, as multi-eventers often do, but Damien Warner perhaps pacing this really well. You can see Ash Maloney's doing all right at the minute. Hans Christensen Hausenberg doesn't look as comfortable in his 1,000 metres as the Australian, sitting up there in 5th place. You see Tilga now, Carl Tilga of Estonia, easing his way past Stephen Bastian. Damien Warner just content to sit there in 3rd.
Maloney's looking good for the bronze because Hausenberg is in last place at the moment. So Maloney is going to go back-to-back global medals. It'll be a bronze for the Australian. Ehammer, a very, very tired figure. Just checking the gaps. Maloney, I wonder whether he could move from bronze to silver. He's beginning to get very tired here. Damien Warner onto the last lap. He's hoping to finish with a victory here in this 1,000 metres. Bastian is running like a man possessed round this final bend. Good finish by the American, who will take this individual win in the 1,000 metres. But Damien Warner at last becomes the world indoor champion. He was looking for the gaps. Wonderful run by Maloney, who's come home. Ehammer will just need to keep driving here to make sure it's silver and not bronze. Hausenberg is an exhausted figure across the line. Damien Warner said he came here looking for the gold that eluded him so narrowly in Birmingham, and he's done it. These men are absolutely broken. Ehammer is on the podium. He should have done enough to hang on for the silver, but he was a long way behind Australia's Ash Maloney, who's guaranteed a place on the podium. Great performance from Ehammer. Maloney knows he's on the podium. He's trying to work out whether it might be silver instead of bronze.
Okay, get that camera out of my face. I don't know what my reaction is yet. And then Ehammer sharing a hug. They're both 22 years old. How exciting is that for the future of men's multi-eventing?
It's brilliant. The future is in safe hands, and Warner leading the charge at the moment, and Ehammer has indeed just done enough to hang on for the silver. Back-to-back bronze medals for Maloney. Absolutely superb. Bronze in the Olympics last summer, bronze here in the World Indoors, bearing in mind he's never competed indoors before. Warner is cementing his status as one of the all-time greats. The Canadian conquers all once more.
I think if my computer system is right, I think Damien Warner might just have beaten his own national record that he set when he got a silver medal at the World Indoor Championships in 2018. That stands at 6,343 points. That could be why the Canadian was driving so hard. He might have done those calculations and known what he needed to do to beat his own national record. But what about Stephen Bastian? He suddenly went, wait, I'm at the World Indoor Championships. I've got 100 metres to go. I have to give it everything. I've got my USA vest on. I want to do everyone and myself proud and take the victory here in the closing event of this men's heptathlon.
I love the drama of the combined events. The decathletes dropping down to 7 events indoors. And Warner is edging closer to completing this great list of titles. This one was missing. Not anymore.
wonder what Damien Warner will do this summer. World Championships, Commonwealth Championships. Maybe couldn't do both. Put it on par with maybe the 10,000 metres and the marathon. Some of the race walk events, it might be too tough to do both, but I'd personally, as a Birmingham resident, I would love to see Damien Warner come and have a go at that Commonwealth Games title.
Well, he almost handed it on a plate to Lyndon Victor 4 years ago. The Grenadian, by the way, was 8th in that 1,000 metres. And there's the embrace that tells you how much it means to Warner to add this great title to his collection. E. Hammer showing huge respect to the Canadian. Not quite the heir apparent just yet. Wonderful silver medal for the Swiss. Bastien takes the 1,000 metres, finished like a madman, 2:37.89, but third place was more than quick enough for Damien Warner to turn silver from Birmingham into gold here in Belgrade. Confirmation of the 1-2-3. Damien Warner with the best performance in the world this year, 6,489 points, and it got tight between E. Hammer and Maloney. They have both produced national indoor records and area indoor records. And bear in mind, Maloney's never competed indoors before. Olympic bronze becomes world indoor bronze. Great moments from all three on the podium.
Fantastic finish there. All that effort poured out on the track. The men are still down there, desperately sipping water, trying to find their legs, trying to find their lungs they left somewhere on the back straight. See them looking there at the floor. Back into the women's pole vault. Sandy Morris, her first attempt at 4 metres and 75. Defending champion. It's a little blip at 4 metres and 60. One failure there, that sits her in second place at the moment behind her teammate, Katie Margette. Sandy Morris do at 4 metres and 75. Very nice. Sandy Morris whips over that speed at which she wrapped her body around that bar. So impressive.
And she needed that because Najot has yet to make a mistake. And remember, Morris, the defending champion, had that one error at 460. That is significant. She's just pushed the pressure back towards her teammate.
These women will be so aware of each and every jump. They support each other. They'll be so used to doing those mini little calculations. What does that mean for the overall standings? And you can see at the moment, Sandy Morris leapfrogs into first place. Najot hasn't had a go at 4 metres and 75.
Tina Sutej. What a magnificent rescue she had with her third attempt at 470. This would keep the pressure on the Americans. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. She's come alive at just the right time, the Slovenian. And all of a sudden, it's Katie Najot, the leader, who has to answer the questions. She will retake the lead if she goes over 470 at the first time of asking. But the pressure is really on now because Morris and Sutej have done just that. The Slovenian moves into second place with that first time clearance at 475. Najot. Can she retake the lead with 4 out of 4? Pressure is on the Olympic champion. Oh, superb. The 3 women left in the competition have all gone clear at 475 at the first time of asking, and that means Najot is still in pole position for gold. 4 successful vaults in a row, not a single mistake. And now the dial of pressure returns towards her training partner, Sandy Morris. This night is warming up brilliantly. Women's pole vault final, men's shot put final unfolding, and we've got some great track action still to come. Najot back in the lead, Morris is in second, Sutej is in third because her excess failures. Romani, the South American.
The big Brazilian to stamp his authority on this final. Everybody wants a bit of it. Launches that shot off. Just short of the 22-metre mark. 21.74 in the first round. Let's see, I don't think that will challenge that. Maybe that was his first round throw. Apologies. I think a little bit of what I'm seeing on the screen. So 21 metres and 74 for Darlan Romani. We are into the second round of the men's shot put. Nicky Ponzio, a foul in the first round. He was looking a bit disgruntled, going, I want another look at that. You can see Chase Ely and Sophie McKenna. They competed last night, trying to coach him from the side. Nick Ponzio there, that won't really satisfy him. It gives him a mark, like I said, a large final here. Huge number of athletes in this opening round, but only 8 will get the full 6 throws. So Nicky Ponzio will be keen to get himself in the top 8. That's what these next 2 rounds are about. Give yourself a chance at those final 3 throws. That's not a bad claim at a spot in those final 3 rounds. 21 metres and 15 centimetres for the Italian, just behind his teammate there, Zane Weir. Hadatic of Poland. Foul of the first round for him as well. Best of 20 metres and 7 centimetres. At the moment, that 8th place is 20 metres and 74 centimetres. Josh Rotundi of America in that position at the moment. Still only in the second round of this men's shot put. Lots of throws to go. Hadatic of Poland, European champion, will be keen to take the pressure off himself, and I'm not sure that throw will do it. He's saying I must throw it further. See that disappointment there as he throws his head back. Only good enough for 10th place there, the European outdoor champion at the moment, outside that crucial top 8 in this World Indoor Championships. Tom Walsh patiently waiting for the officials to tell him he can go and have a go. Defending champion, great throw in the first round, 22 metres and 29 centimetres. He's in the silver medal position at the moment. Gotta feel this field are just fighting for that silver and bronze medal behind Brian Krauser. But Tom Walsh is the championship performer. Just short of that 22-metre mark. Steps out the circle, gives it a foul. Doesn't want to waste anyone's time measuring that. He's not going to improve on his 22 metres and 29 centimetres. He's not interested. Doing well there to stay on his feet and stay in the circle. World Outdoor bronze in 2019. 2 gold medals from the World Indoor Championships, 2014 and 2018. But there we go, Ryan Krauser in the circle, our 2021 Olympic champion. Can he set this stadium alight? His own world indoor record of 22.82. Another 40 centimetres or so would get that. Gotta feel 6 rounds. Wouldn't it be fantastic to see a world indoor record here in this competition? Krauser really giving anything away there with his body language. But unimpressed with that. He does walk out the back. Some athletes care more about seeing that series than others. Ryan Krauser will let that be measured. Ryan Krauser prowling around. That won't challenge his leading marker, 22 metres and 44 centimetres, 21.55. Ryan Krauser gets himself ready for the rest of the rounds.
Sandy Morris. Big moment here. Morris, Sutej and Najot have all failed twice at 480. If they all bow out, then gold will go to Katie Najot. Can the defending champion from the United States keep this dream of back-to-back titles alive? Out of sorts last year, back in form this year. 480, third and final time. She's guaranteed a medal, but which colour? Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Sandy Morris is on fire. She moves into the lead. Brilliant stuff by the American.
What a response from the reigning champion, Sandy Morris.
To what could be one of the races of the games. Shawnee Miller-Weibo, the double Olympic champion. Could she be about to become the world indoor champion? And how fast can she run? Dare we even think about Krakowicz-Viliva's world record? Stephanie Ann McPherson, just off the podium last year, 33 years young. She's got masses of experience. Femke Bol, third fastest in history at 400 hurdles, a brilliant 400 flat performer. She was flat on her face in the semis, but she looks okay. Justyna Sweetie Ursutic of Poland. No Polish medal in this event. Is that going to change? The land of her near neighbours. Alaya Abrams of Guyana, semi-finalist in Doha and Tokyo. She's made the big one here tonight. Could she have an impact? The second of our Dutch athletes, Lieke Klaver, 4x4 gold in the European indoors last year. She tends to go off very hard and fade. Could she amend those tactics and get in the shake-up for a medal? So much going on in the stadium. This is the kind of moment when athletics really sings. We are fully focused on the track. Bol against Miller-Weibo for the 400-metre title. No Bahamian has ever won the title. No Dutch woman has ever won a medal. The stage is set for a fantastic final over 2 laps in Belgrade. Bol in 4, Miller-Weibo in 6.
Set.
Watch for Miller-Weibo going hard on the outside. She says that it's too tight over 200 and she can't always get into her rhythm. She got a bronze a few years ago and said she was finished with indoor running. Miller-Weibo on the left of picture. Femke Bol coming past McPherson. And Klaver has run a little more conservatively on the first lap. But it's Miller-Weibo as they take the bell. Femke Bol is just behind. It's the raw pace of the Olympic champion against the strength of the hurdler. Don't rule out McPherson. And Sweetie Ursutic is still in the mix here. Miller-Weibo rounding this last bend. She's beginning to pull away. She's trying to make history for the Bahamas, and she's going to do it. Shawnee Miller-Weibo tying up, but it doesn't matter. It's gold for the Olympic champion. Silver for Femke Bol. The great duel, the great rivalry did unfold, but in the end, the Olympic champion had the strength and the belief to withstand the late charge from the Dutch woman. Miller-Weibo makes history for the Bahamas. The Olympic champion becomes the world indoor champion. Femke Femke Bol over the moon with that silver medal, and Stephanie Ann McPherson coming through for a national indoor record, the veteran at 33 completing the podium. How impressive was that?
Really good. Shawnee Miller-Weibo, just that was the best way for her to run this. That was the simplest way. But she didn't control her pace in that first 200. She had the advantage of being on the outside lane, being able to feel her way into the race and just do enough to get ahead. And you can see she saved something on the back straight. I'm sure she's watched numerous videos of live races of Femke Bol flying down that back straight, putting pressure on her competitors. She kicked down that back straight, just sucked the belief out of Femke Bol there. Femke Bol could not get on terms with the tall Bahamian. Stephanie Ann McPherson has had a really good campaign here at these World Indoor Championships, and she's rewarded with a brilliant bronze medal.
Now, back with this pole vault. We've seen Sandy Morris take the lead. We know that Tina Sutej, the Slovenian, will be on the podium. If she fails to go over here, it will be a brave, brilliant bronze in Belgrade. If she goes over, it's still game on in the battle for a glorious gold. No, not to be, but she has had a fine, fine competition. The Serbian crowd absolutely love the Slovenian, and they will give her a great reception when she steps forward to take the bronze on the podium for that presentation. Now it just remains to be seen whether Sandy Morris can hang on to successfully defend her title, or whether Katie Najot can also join her clear at 480 and ensure we go to an additional height. She's almost there with a successful title defense, Sandy Morris. It will be bronze for Sutej of Slovenia. So, Najot, she's been in the gold medal position all the way through this competition, but not now. She needs to go higher. This to keep her dreams of gold alive. Oh, it was close, but not to be. So it's silver for the Olympic champion, which means Sandy Morris becomes only the second woman in history to successfully defend the title. Brilliant stuff by the American. She too is working with Brad Walker, and guess what? She's working her way back to her very best form. A nice embrace with Sutej. The Slovenian with bronze. Najot takes silver, and it's Morris with the gold. Great drama in the pole vault competition. Najot was out on top in the Olympics, but not to be gold for her this time. Sandy Morris successfully defends her title with that brilliant clearance at 480. Silver for the Olympic champion this time, and Tina Sutej, to the delight of the Serbian crowd, takes bronze for Slovenia. Miller-Weibo making history for the Bahamas. Femke Bol smiling, and she should be, for the silver, and McPherson taking the bronze. I'm delighted to be joined by Keely Hodgkinson in the commentary box. Unable to see her in the 800 meters, and I gather you're really good friends with Femke Bol, so you too will be delighted that she's come home so close behind one of the all-time greats, Miller-Weibo.
Yeah, Femke. I've got to know Femke over the last couple of years as we've got the same agent, but yeah, she ran really well. I think after the semi-finals when she fell over, she might have leveled that. I see she got out harder, but Miller Weaver was always going to be really hard to beat, but she should be really proud of herself.
And I think it should also be said, you've made a decision with real maturity, because people would have had you as one of the favourites, if not the favourite, come the 800-metre final. A little bit of a niggle. You've decided discretion is the better part of valour, and all roads lead to Oregon for the summer, and then followed by the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Yes, unfortunate for myself. I am really gutted to miss out on the World Indoor Championships, but yeah, I think a mature decision, for me and my team. All eyes do lead to Oregon now, and the Commonwealth and European, very big year ahead. So yeah, that's what's important, and we'll get myself right and healthy, and we'll move on from this.
And how good has it been from an athlete's perspective to be performing in front of big, vociferous crowds once again?
Oh, I know, it's really good. I managed to experience it in Birmingham. Unfortunately, I didn't step out on the track today, but yeah, it's nice to have that atmosphere, it really, I think it boosts performances, it makes people feel good, and it's nice that families can come as well again, which is nice. I know some people haven't seen their children maybe running in a couple of years, so it's really good.
And great to have you with us in the commentary box. Stick around for another few minutes. Miller Weaver, the champion.
She's amazing, I have to say.
Shawnee Miller-Weebo takes gold. Another glorious moment for the Bahamian. She's one of the all-time greats. Femke Bol, no disgrace with that silver medal. And Stephanie Ann McPherson, a national indoor record. The veteran taking the bronze. Now, the big men are still rumbling over by the shot put. Darlan Romani, 5th in Rio, 4th in both Doha and Tokyo. This guy has been so unlucky to come along at a time where he's up against some of the all-time greats. He played his part in that wonderful final in Doha, looking to improve on that 21.74 in the first round. He's a small guy, but he packs a punch. Well, there is an improvement by 5 centimetres. Romani maintaining his hold on a bronze, and after missing out 3 times on global medals, neutrals would be delighted if the Brazilian could maintain his position, but there's a long way to go in this competition, and there's a fairly long way to go before these men work out who's getting the gold, silver and bronze. Quarter of a mile to be precise. Keely, you came second in the British Indoor Champs over the 400. Have you now got, as an 800-metre runner, have you now got a new level of respect for the one-lap outdoor exponents?
I mean, I've always thought the 400 was hard, so yes, definitely. Definitely tested my body, them 3 rounds in 2 days, but it was a lot of fun to do. I really enjoyed going up against British best. But yeah, them blocks indoors are hard, I must say.
Well, it's all adding to the speed bank that you'll need when you go to Oregon to try and upgrade Olympic silver to world gold. Meanwhile, just back with the shot put competition. Mesut Peza, Balkan indoor champion a couple of years ago. We're now into the 3rd round. He's in 8th, so looking a little bit wobbly in terms of ensuring he gets the further 3 throws, looking to improve on 20.94. Well, dislodging the 20-metre marker. Cage doing its job. So, Keely, who do you see now as the favourite for the 800 metres? I mean, we've been talking about, I know you get on really well with Natoya Gould. She so often allows her nerves to get the better of her. Do you think the Jamaican has got a great chance now of taking gold in your absence?
Absolutely. Along with Natoya, I do also think it is still quite wide open. Ajay Wilson looked really good. I did manage to watch the heats. I was surprised at Nakai. I think, was she a fastest loser? I think so. And Alemi also looked really strong, so I think it is pretty wide open. But I'd say if Natoya can just do what she does best, go out and run like she runs any continental, I think that gold medal is hers. But it's silver and bronze is up for grabs.
And you mentioned RJ Wilson. She's taken so many global medals of silver and bronze. Maybe she feels that she can put Natoya under some pressure, because when she gets her tactics right, she's great. Everybody talks about Ah Fing Mo these days, and they're sort of forgetting that RJ Wilson hasn't retired. She's still hanging around.
Yeah, but that's just the strength and depth the Americans have got, haven't they, in the women's 800. RJ Wilson is a very good athlete, a 155 runner herself at her best. So, yeah, I think she's also got the experience of picking up global medals, like you say. So it'll be interesting to see how her and Natoya both go ahead.
Well, wonderful to have your company in the commentary box. Look after that injury, and we very much hope we will see you flying round the track, 2 laps outdoors as opposed to 4 indoors. Thank you very much, Keely.
Thank you.
So Keely going off to enjoy the rest of the evening's action. Kolasinac was desperately hoping to improve there. He was lying in 10th with that 20.64 in the first round, so unable to harness the energy of an adoring home crowd and ensure that he gets 3 extra throws. So we will keep a close eye on this shot put competition. Wrapping up the pole vault. She's already got the gold. She has successfully defended her title. Going now for 490. 1 failure. The gold is assured. This is just for fun and extra bragging rights. No. But how delighted will she be to be back on form and back on top globally after such a miserable Olympic campaign last summer.
I flew here, actually. My final flight from Charles de Gaulle in Paris to Belgrade was with Sandy Morris and Katie Najette. And they look pretty relaxed, they look pretty chummy, but I'm really chuffed. For those 2 getting top 2, that's a brilliant result for them, for their coaching team and for USA. But it's lovely to see Sandy Morris back in her groove. Defending a world indoor title over 4 years is no mean feat, and especially, like you say, Rob, after a disappointing and a frustrating 2020. So hopefully that's Brad Walker, Sandy Morris and Katie Najette back on track. Michal Hadatic of Poland. He's in 11th place at the moment. He's really wanting to push himself up into that top 8, so he gets a further 3 throws. 20 metres and 94 is what he needs. That might be close. Hadatic here, desperately hunting for 3 more throws. Can he beat the mark of 20 metres and 94? Body language didn't look overly impressed, and the mark won't impress him either. 20 metres and 88. That's the end of the competition for a European outdoor champion. Saw Shawnee Miller-Weibo take a much expected gold in that women's 400 metres. It has felt that this would be more wide open, but through the rounds, Jareem Richards of Trinidad and Tobago has looked really strong. He's led everything, but can he hold off a fast finishing charge from this man, Carl Benstrom of Sweden? He was fastest in qualifying. Does dabble in the hurdles outdoors, but here on the flat. Now this man, Trevor Bassett, he's run pretty conservatively for me through the rounds. Has he saved some energy to show us his full capacity in this final? Lane 3, Benjamin Vidal, national record holder, shares a coach with Sarah Slott-Pettersson, the 400-metre Olympic silver medalist. In lane 2, Patrick Song. Could he be the man to pick up where Pavel Maslak left off? Czech Republic, so many World Indoor Championship 400-metre medals. Marquez Washington in 1 of the USA. 10.7 over 100 metres for this man. Could he be someone to challenge Jareem Richards for the lead? Richards out there in lane 6. Carl Benstrom of Sweden in 5.
On your marks.
The men's 400 metres final at the World Indoor Championships.
Set.
Jaheim Richards on the outside. 1997 is his 200-metre speed. That's what's seen him take this lead, running in memory of his friend and teammate Dion Lendor. Can he make it 3 for 3? He won his heat, he won his semi-final, but he's got company as they move towards the bow. We've said Trevor Bassett, he's run within himself, but Bassett kicking hard into that valley, can't do enough to get past Jaheim Richards, but the American has set himself up really well for a strong second lap. It's the Trinidad and Tobago athlete where he's been throughout this championships. Can he respond to the challenge coming on the outside from the American? Bassett of America, disadvantaged now on the outside of that lane 1. Jaheim Richards doing everything he can to hold on to this world indoor title, but the American is coming. And it is just Jaheim Richards of Trinidad and Tobago, and that time is sensational. Trevor Bassett, inspired silver medal there. I said I don't think we'd seen the best of him in the heats or his semi-final. He brought some extra heat to that first 200 metres. He was the only man that could get on terms with Jaheim Richards. As the men nervously look up at that results board. Jaheim Richards, he said he wanted to do his teammate, his friend Dion Lendor justice. Dion Lendor sadly losing his life in a car crash in January this year. Jaheim Richards said he didn't believe it. The first phone call he had, he didn't believe it. He had to have a second one from his coach. It was only then that he truly accepted that his friend had died, and he said it's taken him weeks and months to handle that grief in that morning, to get to this point where he felt like he could use his athletics to honour his friend.
What a brilliant race. Bassett threw everything at Jaheim Richards. He edged ever closer, and the Trinidadian has really found his best distance. We said when he took bronze in London over the 200 5 years ago that he looked like a 400-metre runner then. At this point, you thought Bassett's race was run. Then he goes out into lane 3 and edges closer and closer, throwing himself towards the line. But a great dip from Richards, and he was running for Dion Lendor. And Lendor, by the way, took bronze medals in this very event in 2016 and 2018. So he follows his great departed friend onto the podium 4 years later, 2 months after his untimely death. Bassett crashes to the ground, but it doesn't matter. His medal was assured. And what a run as well by Bengtstrom of Sweden. He's still waiting for the official confirmation, but of course he did beat Vidal. There was a little bit of confusion with the graphics in the stadium. How much will this mean to Jaheim Richards? He's smashed the championship record, by the way, and become the first Trinidadian male to take this title. History, and poignant history for Jaheim Richards. He has honoured the memory of Dion Lendor in the best possible way. Somewhere, somehow, he will hope his friend is smiling in admiration and approval.
Taking their photo opportunity then. Jaheim Richards said he was thinking about his friend in his first race indoors. He said he was in the blocks and it just came over him. He thought of Dion Lendor and he thought, what would he say? He'd say, stop thinking about me, get on with your race. So he tried to carry that energy through the season. Swedish athlete Carl Benstrom couldn't really get on terms with Bassett. I think Bassett really brought an extra level of speed and aggression to this final that we didn't see in the heats and the semi-final. But Carl Benstrom there of Sweden entering the competition for the largest flag. Contenders are Oriol Dogno, Bingström with that Swedish flag. The long jumper as well, wasn't it? Swedish long jumper that got himself into second position. He had that huge Swedish flag.
Yes, it was Tobias Montler. Rounded down to 45 on the nose. Bassett with a PB 500s behind him, and national indoor records for Bengtström in third and Vidal of Denmark in fourth. That was a seriously high quality race. Stay with us. Don't dare think about going out wherever you're watching, whatever time it is. We've got the women's 1500 final to come, the women's 60-meter hurdles final to come, and then we've got the Olympic champion Marcel Jacobs of Italy up against the world champion Christian Coleman of the United States in the men's 60, plus the shot put competition to come to a conclusion. A wonderful night here in Belgrade, and it's about to get even better.
Confirmed result of the men's 400-meter final at the World Indoor Championships. Jaheim Richards, championship record and a gold medal for Trinidad and Tobago. Second goes to USA's Trevor Bassett and a personal best, and Carl Bengtström of Sweden picking up a bronze medal and a national indoor record.
A silver for the United States in the men's 400 meters, a gold and a silver for them in the pole vault. Sandy Morris successfully defending her title with that clearance of 480. No disgrace with Katie Najot following up the Olympic title with world indoor silver, and Tina Sutej over the moon with her bronze. A great clearance at 475, propelling her up into a podium position. Can she do the little skip jump? Ready? Is it 1, 2, 3? Let's see. Yeah, pretty good.
It's pretty good. We're used to having a pole to help them. Maybe they thought, I don't know what to do, I've only got a flag.
There's clearly a lot of affinity between Serbians and Slovenians because they really took her for one of their own, Tina Sutej. But Sandy Morris working with Brad Walker again. She is back on top. And remember now, she's only the second woman to successfully defend this title. The first was Yelena Isinbayeva.
Jaheim Richards soaking up all the adulation of the crowd here. He had an interview with the infield presenter and he said, I hope I've made my grandma proud. I know I've made Dion proud. Lovely moment, and the crowd really appreciating that dedication. He looks absolutely delighted with his gold medal.
And if we're looking ahead to the summer season, for a guy who's gone 19 nines and 19 eights, bodes very well for his outdoor aspirations for the 400 meters, as he hopes to edge towards another global medal over the one lap outdoors. I really hoped Richards would win this because of Dion Lendor and because he's been such an exciting talent for Trinidad and Tobago for so many years. And it's when they get on the podium, all three of them will be absolutely loving that moment. Bassett was great value for the silver, and Bengtström deserved the bronze. A great race, but a lot of people were hoping Richards would win that, and it will be delighting many people around the world, not just the Trinidadians.
A late entry there for a large flag from Jaheim Richards. That was a pretty big one. Wonder if this woman, Sige of Ethiopia, will she be running around with a flag at the moment? In a moment, we've seen so many Ethiopian women picking up world level medals. Will she be the next one? This is the final for the women's 1500. They're just getting their bibs checked. See there, Lyndon Hall of Australia putting that timing chip in the front of her number there. That's what gives you the track splits, the finishing time. Kavisto there of Finland as well, Saada Kavisto. I mentioned it in the heat. She ran 4 Finnish records at the Tokyo Olympic Games. She competed in the 800 and the 1500. Conducted herself really well in her opening round.
Well, just before we turn our attention to that 1500 metre final, Jenny Meadows is down on the infield with a couple of coaches who I suspect will have some very interesting views on the end of that pole vault competition that has brought gold and silver to the USA and bronze to Slovenia. Jen, who have you got, and what are they saying?
Hi Rob, I'm here with Karen Locke. She's the agent of a couple of athletes here who've got brilliant silver medals. We're celebrating for Katie Najot, obviously in the women's pole vault, and Trevor Bassett also in the 400 metres. Karen, first of all, Katie, what do you think she'll make of that performance?
Katie has struggled. She's had a bad foot, so she'll have to rest, but she was a soldier.
She is a soldier, isn't she? We've seen that.
And I'm so proud of her because this is her second time at the World Indoor Championships, and she has a medal.
Brilliant. So you're celebrating 2 medals tonight. Congratulations, Karen. Enjoy.
Great insight there from one of the coaches. 2 medals, 2 silvers, Katie Najot and Bassett. Now, Romani of Brazil, what can he do?
Darlan Romani has finished 5th at the Olympics in Rio, 4th at the World Champs in Doha, 4th in the Tokyo Olympics. He's sitting in bronze medal position at the moment. This is to finish the 3rd round in the men's shot put. He's close. Whoa, that is huge. Soaring over the 22-meter line. Romani of Brazil. He's in a good position to pick up his first world outdoor medal. But that is a serious throw there by the huge Brazilian. Tom Walsh, something to think about. He's in the silver medal position at the moment with 22 metres and 29. Krauser with 22.44 at the moment. And Romani likes that. Oh, and you can see why. 22 metres 43, but 9 centimetres on Ryan Krauser, the man that everybody has been talking about this weekend. A few athletes here, you talk about Mondo Duplantis, surely he's going to win. Ryan Krauser, oh yeah, he'll do it at a counter. Darlan Romani didn't get the memo. We're down to 8 men now in this shot put final. This is the 4th round. Thomas Stanek there. Apologies, Thomas Stanek still in the 3rd round. I had another page on my data here, so that will not be enough for Thomas Stanek to get another 3 throws. So that will be the end of his competition. That's why you can see that emotion pouring out for him.
Speaking of emotion, there'll be so many people over the moon for Romani. He's missed out on so many occasions despite producing massive throws. This is Francisco Belo of Portugal. He needs to find a major improvement if he is to put himself up in a position to have a further 3 throws. Slips out of his hand somewhat. Romani, the South American champion who's been so close to so many global outdoor podiums, is in pole position, but 3 rounds to go, Hannah. There is so much drama yet to play out in this shot put competition.
And I kept quoting the stat that all of Ryan Krauser's 6 throws would have been enough to win the Olympic Games. We kept thinking he's got the world lead by 60 centimetres. Nothing's going to challenge him. But this is why we love live athletics. You never know what's going to happen. If there's any event that's unpredictable, well, every event indoors is pretty unpredictable. The women's 1500 is up there. Are we going to get just strong running, front running, pace pushing performance from the Ethiopians here? They've got 3 athletes in this field. Could they be the athletes to get that elusive 1, 2, 3 that Ethiopia have been hunting for? They tried it in the men's 3K, won't to be. They've only got 2 in the final. Good for 1st and 3rd in the women's event. So they're in this stacked women's 1500 metre final as well.
There's Romani. What would it mean to him to finally take not just a medal, but the medal? At the halfway stage, he leads.
He's trying to give the illusion of staying calm, but I can see beads of sweat on his head. And issue with this giant throw we've just seen. I'll be showing it. I always get nervous when there's a slow motion in athletics. But that was just phenomenal from the Brazilian athlete. He's got to calm those nerves. He's got to conserve some energy, because if anybody could come up back at him, it would be Ryan Krauser.
His face tells the story. He is trying to contain all those emotions. Krauser is in an unusual position. The last few years, you're quite right, he has dominated to the extent where every throw has been good enough for gold. Walsh is so relaxed. He's the reigning defending champion. He's bidding for history. No man has ever won 3 in a row. Christian Cantwell has won 3 titles, but not back-to-back.
Slight pause now. The athletes will be reshuffled. Just the top 8 will get the final 3 throws. Throw reverse order, 8th to 1st. I think we get a further reshuffle for the 8th and final round. The 3rd and the 6th and final round. No, they will remain in that 1 through 8 for these final 3 rounds. Ryan Krauser would have been expecting to throw last here in these final 3 rounds. But Darlan Romani, there he is. He's got a bit of a wait now.
Romani's face is a picture of concentration. His job is half done. The women are about to begin their quest for glory in the 1500 meters. Gold and bronze for Ethiopia in the 3000 meters, separated by Elena Pura St. Pierre, the American who was just edged out of the opportunity to double up. Her compatriot Heather McLean and Josette Norris, they both go in this one for the United States. The Ethiopians have a trio of world-class performers. Can they deliver here as we edge towards the end of a scintillating night of live athletics here in Belgrade? This arena is absolutely bouncing for the climax of the night. The women's 15 coming up. A full field of 12. Heather McLean, national indoor champion. She can run a very quick last lap, and she may well need to here. Lucy Stafford of Canada, semi-finalist in the Olympic Games last year. She looks relaxed. Claudia Bobachea, semi-finalist in Doha 3 years ago. Next to the Romanians, Alma Cortez, national record holder. She looks pensive. Marta Perez is the only athlete doubling up. She was 16th in the 3,000 meters. How will she go here? She was 9th in the 15 in Tokyo. Hirut Mashesha, African Games champion over 800 meters. She's the national record holder over 1K. Here's Gudef Sege going to produce the goods. The world record holder, the world leader this year. In some ways, it's hers to lose. Sarah Kavisto, just heard Hannah talking about her. 4 national records, making the semis of the 8 and the 15 last year in Tokyo. Lyndon Hall, 6th last year in Tokyo. PB in qualification for this final. Winnie Nanyondo, 7th in the final last year. She's a former Commonwealth medalist at 800 meters. Josette Norris, 2nd in the US national trials, edging out Pura St. Pierre. She went down from 4:10 to 3:59 over the 1500 last year. And then the 3rd of this triumvirate of excellence, Aksumawit Mbaye, world indoor silver back in 2014. Could she repeat the medal or upgrade to a gold? The Ethiopians will be the favourites, but anything can happen when you run indoors. 7.5 laps of the track, the women's 1500 metre final. Huge moment of tension. Their faces a picture of concentration. Big crowd here in Belgrade. They are ready to deliver their very best towards the end of our second live night of athletics. The expectant hush continues here in the Stark Arena. Segay, the favourite, the world record holder.
On your mark.
Baye, her compatriot, silver 8 years ago. A little hint of a smile from Marta Perez, the Spaniard. Still waiting to be called forward. Agonising moments these, Hannah. Agonising.
Cluster of officials trying to get their microphone working properly for the starter. He looks like he's shaping up to get this race underway.
After a huge wait, they are ready. Those last few seconds must have been agony for the world's leading indoor female 1500 metre runners. Is it going to be a gold, silver and a bronze for Ethiopia? Well, the world record holder, the fastest woman in the world this year, Gudaf Segay, has gone to the front, determined that this is not going to be slow and tactical. Nanyondo is in second place with the Mexican Cortez coming up onto her shoulder, but now Segay's teammates begin to respond, and it's going to be Ethiopia 1, 2 and 3.
Not that surprised here. Gudaf Segay, she's the world lead by 6 seconds. I've got to say, why would I not just go out and run the legs off of everybody else behind me? You say it wasn't team tactics, because the other 2 Ethiopians behind her, Sumawit Mbaye and Hirut Mashashi, didn't get the memo. They missed the break there a little bit, and they're working hard now to get back on terms with Gudaf Segay. Josette Norris there in 4th place from America. She ran 3:59 outdoors to close really well in the Diamond League circuit, and she said in an interview this week, I am in better shape than then. And you can see this American committing to this fast pace. Gudaf Segay is so used to having a pacemaker, but she doesn't need it here. She's striding off down the track, and her Ethiopian teammates are doing everything they can to keep in touch. But in doing that, keeping Winnie Nanyondo and Josette Norris in the mix as well.
Gudaf Segay continuing to pull away, just the merest hint of a glance over her shoulder there, just to see how big that advantage is, and it's growing. Mbaye in second, Mashesha now has Norris for company, and Nanyondo hasn't been dropped from this group. The Australian Lyndon Hall is trying to close in on the Ugandan, who is in 5th, but they are all a long way behind the world record holder, and she's continuing to extend this advantage.
2:06 through 800, it's quick, but it's not ridiculously quick. I would have expected Somawit, Mbaye and Hirut Mashasha to live with that pace, but they've perhaps been intimidated by Gudaf Segay here. She has run so fast this season, that 3:54, everyone's just gone, I can't live with her, I'm running for second and third. This could be shaping up to be that elusive Ethiopian 1, 2, 3 we've been promising all championships. Mbaye and Mashesha doing really well to pull themselves clear from Nuswet.
Mashesha has moved ahead of Mbaye, trying to pull her teammate away, but Norris is refusing to give up here. She's just about still there, along with Nanyondo. Ethiopia 1, 2, 3, but can they stay there?
400 metres to go for the rest of the pack, but it is only 350 metres to go for Gudaf Segay. Can she pick up a brilliant World Indoor gold medal here for Ethiopia as her teammates battle away 30, 40 metres behind her?
Gudaf Segay is closing in on a seemingly elusive gold. Olympic bronze last year over the 5,000, a 1,500 metre bronze in Doha. She's miles clear. Mbaye in second, Mashesha in third. Try as she might, Josette Norris cannot close the gap. And where they went gold and bronze in the 3,000. They've given themselves a wonderful opportunity to do the clean sweep. Watch the clock. This is really quick. The world record is 3:53. It's her own, but it'll be a massive championship record. Segei delivers the gold she's craved for so long. And Mbaye will take the silver. And Mashesha, a brilliant bronze. Wow. They said they came here for the clean sweep, and this time they have delivered. Straight to the front, right at the start. The world record holder, the world leader, at last claims a global gold. Segei was in a class of her own there, and even her teammates couldn't live with her searing pace and ambition.
What a show there from the Ethiopian women. Somwe Mbaye and Hiru Mashesha working really well to get that silver and bronze medal for the Ethiopian team. Kudaf Segei just executed exactly what she needed to do there. I think she knew, if I can just get a gap, if I can move solo a sub 4-minute 1500, this gold medal is mine. Segei, she used to get her pacing really quite wrong on the circuit. She used to go off wildly fast, 61 first lap, and then pay for it in the second half. And year on year, she has got slightly better at putting it together. And now she's showing us her true capabilities. Mbaye there, hopefully just popping off some water. It'd be great to see a lap of honour for all three of these women together. Somwe Mbaye is exiting the track. Mashesha there, hard fought bronze medal for her.
And I think Mashesha and Mbaye really helped each other to pull away from Gisette Norris, who was a tired figure by the end of the race. Fair play to the American for doing her very best to stay with it. So too Winnie Nanyondo of Uganda. They did their best, but on that last lap, just as they heard the bell, Segei was away and clear. Nothing but a fall was going to deny her the gold medal. Mashesha and Mbaye worked together, and that broke the spirit of Norris and Nanyondo and ensured they have gone a 1-2-3. And she smashed the championship record. That was absolutely brilliant from Kudaf Segei. She was under pressure in that race, and now she's proven she's got the tactical nous to go alongside the fast times and the world record.
Yeah, replay there. Well said, Rob. You can see Gisette Norris and Winnie Nanyondo were in the far right-hand corner of your picture. Those two athletes have got to walk away happy. They did absolutely everything they could, but they couldn't live with this Ethiopian team. Kudaf Segei timed that to perfection. I'd love to see her splits. I saw 2:06 and thought, it's not lightning quick. I reckon she's right. It might have run pretty even 63.5 seconds for that whole race, 400 metres, thinking in outdoor terms. But Segei, the erratic pace that she was a few years ago on the circuit, putting on a masterclass in front running in women's 1500 metres here in Belgrade.
Bronze in Tokyo over the 5,000. Bronze in Doha over the 1,500. But here in Serbia, in Belgrade, it's all gold for Segei. Kudaf Segei, the world record holder, becomes the world indoor champion with a massive championship record. Mbaye the silver, and Mashesha ensures it is an Ethiopia clean sweep, 1-2-3, and they go top of the world indoor championship medal table.
Field in that women's 1500. So often it's 9 or 10. It's great to see that full 12. We will have 8 here in this women's 60-metre hurdles final. Gabrielle Cunningham leading these athletes out. She will be in lane 2. Zoe Sydney looks so good in her heat. Sarah Lavin, Tataji Kambunji, what a lineup. But after those women, we will get a look at these men. They're meant to be warming up. Not sure what Marcel Jacobs is doing. Maybe he's just finding his favourite track.
I hope he's not sending any WhatsApp messages. He needs to be fully focused on the job in hand. The Olympic champion is taking on the world champion over 60 metres. And he looked very, very impressive in the semi-finals.
Right, we're back live with the men's shot put. This is round 5. Nick Ponzio at the moment of Italy. Two chins, Nicky. Like I say, he loves to wear Italian flag shorts. Can't do that here today in Serbia, Belgrade. He's got to wear his regulation uniform, much to his disappointment, I'm sure. So his best throw was 21 metres and 15 in the second round. Rotation technique there from the Italian. Roaring on that shot put. Not quite found the groove he did in Liera, Portugal last week. 20 metres 64. That won't challenge his mark so far. 21.83 is what Nick Ponzio threw last week. Zane Weir just cleaning a circle. I can understand outdoors there might be a bit more grit, a bit more track around, but these men, they want nothing in that circle. Nothing that could slightly change their rotation and their power. Finally balanced event. Zane Weir here in Italy. As you can see, just giving it too much. That would be a foul throw, I think. Well, he fell out of the circle, but even if he hadn't done that, I think it might have hit the netting. Not sure that's allowed to happen. It's not really an element you have outdoors, but indoors, I think it can bounce off the netting. I'm not sure that's fair. But Zane Weir, they're just unable to control his power. It will not improve his sixth position. 20 metres and 34 from the first round. So perhaps two Italians. They looked so good last week in Liera, Portugal, but they've struggled to find their feet here in Serbia. Filip Mihajlovic of Croatia. Mihajlovic, world indoor bronze in 2016, just 4th place at the moment. Oh, we like that. What was it? I'm not sure what it was. That double fist grab there could mean anything. I don't speak male shot put sign language. Would be looking for an improvement on his 21 metres 83, and it won't come in the 5th round. He measured at 21 metres and 3 centimetres. But he's up in 4th place. He entered these 3 final rounds in 5th, so he's already done well. He pushed Josh Owentunde, the man on your screens now, down into 5th place. University of Southern Carolina graduate. Second at the USA Championships to Ryan Krauser. Low starting position. See that just going wide. We have still got the traditional red and white flags over there in the shot put events. Moved on to lights in the horizontal jumps. And in the vertical jumps, they've got some snazzy lights on the uprights in the high jump and the pole vault. But no improvement for Josh Owentunde. And we move on to our medalists. See them there at the moment. Walsh, Krauser and Romani in the top 3 positions. They'll maintain those top 3 positions as we move towards the end of this 5th round. Defending champion Tom Walsh of New Zealand. Brilliant career. Valerie Adams called time on that this year with her retirement. Leaving Kiwi shot putting in the safe hands of Thomas Walsh. Oh, he says, that sounds like a frustrated groan. Brilliant first round throw of 22 metres and 29 centimetres. Bang on the 22 metre mark there, Tom Walsh. 21 metres and 80 centimetres. He stays in 3rd place for the time being. He has got just 1 throw left.
I love this guy. He's always got a smile on his face. Anyone would think he's just practicing in the pub car park. He's a really relaxed character. I think he does a bit of building work in the close season just to keep himself ticking over. Now, Krauser is in uncharted territory here. So often by this stage of a competition, he's wrapped up the title and the gold. But he has to improve. 22.44 in the first round. Needs 9 centimeters here and is capable of doing anything here, including breaking his own world record. It's not quite clicking for Krauser, is it? And he's running out of rounds in which to turn this on.
You don't often see Ryan Krauser competing out of America when he doesn't have to. He will travel to championships, but he prefers to compete in the States, minimise that travel, doesn't enjoy travelling. It's a long journey from the States here to Belgrade in Serbia. Could that be what's slightly left Ryan Krauser off the boil? There's also Olympic hangover is a real thing. Whether you've done well or whether you've done badly, bouncing back from Olympic Games is really tough.
Romani is keeping his emotions under control here. Now there's a wild look of expectation in those eyes. He has been so near on so many occasions, and he's now so close to this world indoor title. I wonder at what stage he is going to start showing us what he's going through. Maybe he's determined to keep a lid on this until he has seen Krauser make his 6th and final throw. He's almost there. He's almost there, but not quite.
I read the stats out a few rounds ago that 5th at his home Olympics in Rio, 4th at the World Championships in Doha, 4th at the Tokyo Olympics. Is the big Brazilian Darlan Romani going to go home with a surprise gold medal? Tom Walsh, if he picks up another medal here, that's very impressive. Kiwi athlete. I don't think anybody would have expected Darlan Romani. Maybe he did. Maybe he knows he's done something in training. Something Ryan Krauser potentially wasn't expecting. He was very respectful in the press conference. Very respectful of his competition. And perhaps he knew better than the rest of us.
Walsh will go for this, but he'll probably start smiling as well. Yeah, that's as focused as he gets. You're like, right, come on, I want another throw. Remember, he's going for history. No man's ever won 3 in a row. He's the reigning defending champion. I bet Romani, if he's able to hang on here, he is going to go absolutely wild if this is a gold.
So we do just have 1 round left in this men's shot put. Will the gold medal stay with Darlan Romani or Ryan Krauser, Olympic champion, world indoor record holder? Will he be the man to get back in front? Bookie's favourite for sure. These men giving us every bit as much entertainment as we had in the women's shot put yesterday. It was all drama. So here we are. Peza gets us started in the 6th and final round of the men's shot put. Bosnia and Herzegovina. .20 metres, 94 from the second round. That has him in 8th place. Can he improve his position at all? Claps the crowd, claps himself. Whatever happens, 8th place in a world final is better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. Not that anyone would dare poke anyone in this field with a sharp stick. 20 metres and 70 centimetres. That won't be an improvement for Medved Petsa. He will stay in 8th place. Ponzio of Italy glares out into the sector. 21 meters 83. That's his best so far. If he could manage that, could pull him up into 5th place. Mihajlovic holds 4th place with that mark exactly. Nikki Tuchin's giving it everything in the final round. Must clarify for a 3rd time, that is not my personal nickname for Nick Ponzio. It is his own nickname for himself.
No, you've said it now. His fan club are on you. He's not an extra from Goodfellas. He's a world-class shot putter who now flies the flag for Italy. 21.15 in the 2nd round. And that is an improvement from Tuchin's, adding 15 centimetres with his final effort.
Zane Weir whipping that circle. He's done that every round. You can see him there just cleaning his shoes off as well. He doesn't want any grit, any chalk. There's not any moisture as well if anyone's sweated in that circle. Zane Weir in 6th place at the moment. 21.34 in the 1st round and then 4 fouls. What can last week's European Throw Cups champion produce in this 6th and final round? Ooh, fist pumped. Can never quite tell if it's frustration or excitement. And he did keep it in the sector just.
Looked as though it was close to the 22-metre line. Remember, Walsh has the bronze at the moment, 22.29. Krauser, 22.44 for silver, and Romani, 22.53. A nice embrace by the 2 Italians. 21.67. It is an improvement in the 6th and final round.
So that's 3 competitors out of 8. Josh Awantundi of America. He brings us to the halfway stage in the 6th and final round in the men's shot put final. Josh Awantundi, can he improve on his 21 metres and 70 centimetres? He's 13 centimetres. Oh, he's 13 centimetres behind 4th place. That looked like it was over 22 metres. Tom Walsh, 22.29 in bronze medal, in the bronze medal position. I don't think Josh Awantundi will get all the way up there, but he might push down Filip Mihajlovic. It has been given as a foul for the American athlete. Straight away, that red flag. You might see his reaction now. Goes from cheering to disbelief. Unsure why it was a foul.
Reviewing right now.
The official there saying it's been reviewed. It's okay to me. Sure. Saying protest. Awantundi is saying protest. Does that mean it can get measured? Or does that mean he gets another throw? It's come up as a foul on our system. He was going to give Mihajlovic a scare there in 4th place. Let's hope he can get it measured.
Well, he's got to lodge that protest quickly, and he's done so. And it adds to the tension and the drama, because after Awantundi comes Mihajlovic, and if the Croatian can't get beyond 22.53, it would guarantee the Brazilian a medal. The official is saying that the right toe, just on that final turn, was out with the confines of the circle.
Yeah, that's what I can hear. Alid Davis next to us on our dedicated field stream saying the same thing, just the toe of that right foot exiting the circle. So, Filip Mihajlovic, he got a bronze medal in 2016 at this championships. He is back to his very best. He's done a national indoor record this season, 21.84. He's just 1 centimetre short of that. He's going to have to throw something really special to get back among the medals. not going to do it. 22.29 is Thomas Walsh's bronze medal mark. Mihailovic there, just short of that 22-metre mark, but a great showing from the Croatian.
And that means Darlan Romani is at last guaranteed a global medal. But now that he's in this prime position, he's only got one colour on his mind, and that's gold. But he will face an anxious watch now as the defending champion Tom Walsh is yet to go, and the Olympic champion Ryan Krauser is yet to go. Is it going to be a gold for Romani, or can Walsh get himself in pole position for a third successive world indoor title? He is the defending reigning champion.
Thomas Walsh likes that. 22.44 is Ryan Krauser's silver medal mark. Quite like 22.5 metres to me from here. 22.53 of Darlan Romani, but Thomas Walsh not. 22.31 is his measurement. It's a 2-centimetre improvement. He stays in the bronze medal position, but what a showing from Tom Walsh. People have written him off. He's shown he is back to his very best, picking up yet another global medal.
Bronze for the defending champion. Now, usually when Ryan Krauser is throwing in the last round, he's doing it just for fun. This guy came all the way across the Atlantic for one medal, gold. At the moment, it's silver. This is the time the Olympic champion has to deliver if he's going to become the world indoor champion. If this isn't better than 22.53, the title goes to the Brazilian Romani. No, it's around about the 22-metre mark, so it's silver this time for the Olympic champion, and the lid still hasn't come off the emotion from Romani. Honestly, there are so many people from a neutral's perspective who will be so delighted for this big guy. He's not the tallest, he's one of the widest, and he's one of the most popular, and he's never won a global medal, and yet he's come here to Belgrade and beaten one of the pre-event favourites.
This is good for our sport. You want rivalries, you want excitement. We didn't want Ryan Krauser just to walk away with this. Maybe we thought, oh, he can treat us to a world record, but he's going to get that gold. Like I say, Darlan Romani of Brazil. This is his 6th and final throw. He's still focused, he's still professional. What can he do in his final round? Another plus 22-metre throw, and finally you see him relax. You see that facade of concentration, of fierce passion drop off, and a look of almost relief, maybe a little bit of disbelief. Darlan Romani of Brazil, finally a world global medal, and it's gold here at the World Indoor Championships.
And look at the warmth and the genuine nature of the embraces for the Brazilian. He has always been gracious when it's been his turn to just miss out despite personal best South American records. But at last, all that glitters is gold for Darlan Romani. The Brazilian has his hands on a medal, and it's the best one of the lot. And he will have dreamt of this moment ahead of finishing 5th all those years ago, and finishing 4th all those years ago. Now it is his turn to stand on top of the world. He has delivered the knockout punch to the favourite Ryan Krauser. The Olympic champion takes silver. Darlan Romani is the world indoor champion.
World lead, championship record. Darlan Romani had to produce something special to beat Ryan Krauser, and he did. Perhaps the smallest flag for the biggest medalist.
And the widest medalist.
Someone's got to sort this out. Got to make it proportional to the athlete, surely. See that result there for Darlan Romani. Gold medal, championship record, 22 metres 53, causing the upset of the championship so far. Ryan Krauser of the USA having to settle for silver medal. And what a return from Thomas Walsh of New Zealand. An oceanic indoor record. Couldn't make it 3 titles in a row, but I think a bronze medal will be some consolation for the Kiwi. 22 metres, 31 centimetres.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the usual gentleman,
Well, it hasn't gone completely wild in the centre of the stadium, but there's a big smile on the face of the charismatic Brazilian, Darlan Romani, with a dream finish to a great weekend for him in Belgrade.
It's time for the women's 60-metre final. Going to get treated to one of these fantastic light shows here. The Stark Arena in Belgrade, Serbia. Building the tension into this final. Not deceiving you. It's another lane 8 draw for Kumbunji. It's Ditaji Kumbunji this time. Not her sister. Can she steal a medal out in lane 8? Yevgeny Motta, she's on a national record streak for Venezuela. She's pulled her own national record down from 8:12 to 7:99. Lane 7, Ireland's Sarah Lavin. Surprise package in this final. Deserved every bit of glory this weekend. Gabrielle Cunningham, she looked great in her heat. She looked tense in the semi-final. What can the American bring now? Lane 6, she's just 20 years old. She gave up hockey in favour of athletics, such a big sport in her native Holland. In lane 3, looking for redemption after disappointment in Tokyo last year, it's Jamaica's Brittany Anderson. Lane 5, she's coached by Teddy Tamgo. She's looked fantastic in her opening 2 rounds. Selena Samba Mayella of France completing the lineup. In lane 4, Devon Charlton. She has looked really impressive. A national record for the Bahamas in her semi-final. Perhaps the one to watch in this final. Looked relaxed in her heat, but Devon Charlton really brought the heat to the semi-finals. Samba Mayella of France. You can see her just to the right of the Bahamian athlete. Motta in 1, Cunningham in 2, Anderson in 3, Charlton in 4, Samba Mayella in 5, Sedney in 6, Lavin in 7, Kumbunji in 8. It's the women's 60-metre final.
Set.
First time, pretty even at the start. Looked like the French woman got a fantastic start. And it is Samba Mayella of France. Carried through the line, fantastic last hurdle. She doesn't hit the barrier at the back. She sinks to her feet. Look what that means to Samba Mayella. She has run flawlessly today. Really mastered the last 15 metres in all her races. She was under tremendous pressure from Devon Charlton. Martineau Lagarde is someone you talk about in sprint hurdling on the male side, but we should be talking about Serena Samba Mayella. So Kambunji, lane 8, not so lucky for her. Fell on the third hurdle. Sarah Lavin there, first athlete to pick her up. Kitaji Kambunji, just 19 years old. I'm sure we'll see more of her, but for the moment, Serena Samba Mayela of France. That has got to be the most excited reaction we've seen to a gold medal so far.
Félicitations to Serena Samba Mayela, the fastest qualifier for the semi-finals. She stormed into the final, and yet again, she's gone quicker and quicker and quicker. And huge emotion for Devin Charlton. She withstood the advance of Gabby Cunningham. Cunningham, the American, who, remember, only scraped in as the slowest non-automatic qualifier. She's on the podium with the bronze. She got a wonderful start. Then came Samba Mayela on the outside of the American and the Bahamian. The Bahamian came past the American, but Gabby Cunningham, after coming through a little bit of a scare in the semis, completes the podium. But what a talent Serena Samba Mayela is. A wonderful performance. She still can't quite believe what she's achieved. She looked focused but relaxed on the start line. Teddy Tamgo has done a fantastic job with this young athlete, and now she starts to think about the impact she may have on the sport globally outdoors. It wasn't to be lucky lane 8 for Kambunji. Watch left of picture. Exactly the same happened to her at the World Juniors, which is a real shame, clattering that barrier and then unable to get over the latest one. She was lucky she didn't hurt herself. But the French woman was in a class of her own there. Brilliant silver from Charlton, and Cunningham completing the podium. No medal for Anderson, the Jamaican. It was a little better than the way the Olympic final panned out for the Jamaican on the extreme right of your picture there. She was fourth in 7.96. But a fabulous, fabulous run from Samba Mayela. She started brilliantly this morning, and she's finished brilliantly tonight.
Oh, bottle that. Send it off to every kid in the world. Come and do track and field. Look what can happen. Samba Mayela there of France, so focused. You could see her eyes just down the track right from the moment she rose from her blocks. She stuck to her task, drove all the way to the line, and then realised she'd done it. Charlton looking over. Another look at Kambunji. Perhaps just desperately reaching for those hurdles, trying to bring her best performance here at the World Indoor Championships. But if you get your timing wrong in the hurdles, it can go majorly wrong.
And we saw, not quite crashing to the ground, but smashing the hurdle. We saw that problem for the fastest woman in the world this year, Danielle Williams. But that's the 1, 2, 3. And there is the champion, Samba Mayela. How many more glorious moments await her in the future? Quite a few, judging by the manner in which she strode to that gold.
Confirmation of that result of the women's 60-metre hurdles final. Serena Samba Mayela of France, a national indoor record and a gold medal. Silver medal to Devin Charlton of the Bahamas, also in a national indoor record. And Gabrielle Cunningham picking up a fantastic bronze medal for this American team that's starting to look pretty good.
Especially bearing in mind the home World Championships to come in July. Let's check out the heat map. Samba Mayela, 5th from the bottom. No Kambunji, of course. Cunningham had that really explosive period in the race, just around about the 30-metre mark. But Samba Mayela able to maintain that 30.8 all the way through to the finish. Just a shade faster than Charlton, and that was the difference between gold and silver. Cunningham had the fastest registered time, but that was just around about the 40-metre mark, and then she started to feel the pressure from Charlton and Samba Mayela, and she would have been aware of them pulling away out of her peripheral vision.
There are your men's shot put medalists. Tom Walsh Ryan Krause and our brand new gold medalist, Darlan Romani. Now, we talked about Darlan Romani finally getting a senior medal, but to spare a thought for Justina Sviti-Ercetic that wasn't able to do the same in the women's 400. I thought she might finally do that. Romani of Brazil did manage it. 10 to 2 meters, 53, championship record to boot.
I'm so over the moon for Romani and so amazed at the sprint I've just seen from Serena Samba Mayela. The reason she's out of breath, she just had a massive rush of adrenaline and stormed around that tight final bend, waving the flag. Those who are still here, and it's just about everybody because we've got the men's 60 flat still to come, were responding. She went absolutely wild. It was as though she had another moment of realization of what she's actually achieved. The most emotional celebration we have seen so far in Serbia.
She must have had an inkling this was possible. She ran so well in her heat, so well in her semi-final. To hold your nerve and execute your race in such a technical event. 60-meter hurdles, we've said it over today. 5 chances to make a mistake. See that burst of speed, that emotion. Samba Mayela there, blasting her way through 200 memories. I'm sure she's going to save it and they're going to propel her towards that busy outdoor season.
I've been watching World Championship and Olympic athletics for a long time, and I can't remember many more emotional celebrations than that. A new star is born, and her name is Serena Samba Mayela.
Belgrade, it's time. The men's 60 meters.
Right, one last time on Saturday night, it is showtime. It's the men's 60-meter final. This is a moment to be seized and savoured by the 8 men lining up. Karl Nazarov of Estonia made the European indoor final last year. He's trying to fire up the crowd. He's in 1. Jared Elcock will be on the outside in lucky lane 8. He's got a Pan American relay medal. This would be huge. Arthur Cisse advanced to the final. Made the semis 4 years ago. This is better, and he's been consistent this season. Bolade Ajamale, semi-finalist back in 2016, came through the big test brilliantly. Here's the defending champion, the world champion, and the world record holder, Christian Coleman, back in a USA vest. To Adam Thomas, national indoor champion, Scottish record holder. What a stage for him to be performing on. Can he harness the smiles and deliver? Marvin Bracey got a silver 8 years ago. Could he upset the world champion and the Olympic champion? He swept all before him in Tokyo over 100 meters and in the relay. He will believe he has come here for one medal only, another gold. The stage is set for an epic showdown. The shortest race to glory. Coleman, the defending champion, in 3. Bracey, the former silver medalist, in 4. Jacobs, the Olympic champion, in 5. These are the kind of nights that dreams are made of. One of these men is about to make history in Belgrade. It's the final of the men's 60 meters.
On your marks.
Six and a half seconds to justify years of work and sacrifice.
Set.
They're safely away. Gracie got a good start. Lamont Jacobs trying to get into his running. Christian Coleman's up at the moment. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Is it the Olympic champion from the world champion just? I think Jacobs might have done it. Coleman had the edge with about 15 meters to go. Then came the big high stride of the Italian Olympic champion. Coleman is desperate to announce his return to international competition with a gold. Neither of them are sure. Gracie ran really well. Coleman was definitely up, but I think the Italian might have just done it on the line. But my goodness me, it's tight. Two men who have tasted global glory. They're watching and they're waiting. Jacobs doesn't know, neither does Coleman. Coleman came under pressure towards the end of the race. They're only watching themselves on the big screen. The drama lasting minutes after the race itself has finished. The time has been rounded down to 6:41. I think it was Jacobs just, but Coleman doesn't want to give up the belief that he could have just become the first man to successfully defend the title in 27 years, but he hasn't. It's Jacobs. Cometh the hour, cometh the Olympic champion. His dip on the line brings glory. And this incredible rivalry between the Italian and the American enters a new level. Coleman relinquishes his crown by the narrowest of margins, 0.003 of a second. Gracie takes the bronze with a massive PB, but Marcel Jacobs came here determined to show everybody that even though Coleman wasn't in that 100-meter final last year, it wouldn't have made a difference. He has elevated himself to a different plane, and the 100-meter Olympic champion becomes the world indoor champion with the best performance we've seen for years. He was under pressure. Coleman was reaching for it, searching for history. He thought the title was his, but it's gone to the Italian. Jacobs on top once again. What a performance and what a climax to a gripping night in Belgrade. This is why athletics is one of the best sports in the world. Who's got the heart? Who's got the belief? Who's got the desire? Who's got the talent? And who's got the composure? And the answer to that question tonight is Lamont Marcel Jacobs. He is the world indoor champion.
Christian Coleman, 3,000ths away from a dream return to this international stage. He looked tense for me all afternoon. He looked fine this morning. He looked chilled. He looked relaxed. But Marcel Jacobs really put the pressure on him, equaling that world lead in the semi-finals, and then coming away with a victory today by 1,000th of a second. See the Italian coaches there as they see that result. They're celebrating that. The whole Italian team will celebrate it. Master eye back over the replay. Christian Coleman getting his trademark lightning start there in lane 3. Look at him staying low, driving hard, taking Marvin Bracey with him. 2 Americans at the moment. They look in the driving seat. But as Marcel Jacobs rises, as he gets into his stride, he lifts those knees, powering towards the finish line. 10 meters to go, it's still with Coleman. By the time they get there, the tall torso of Lamont Marcel Jacobs dipping perfectly for that line to take the gold medal by all of the 3,000ths it was judged as. I think with a European indoor record to boot, beating the mark of Dwayne Chambers from 2009. He was asked about that in the press conference and he said, "I'm not here for times, I'm here for the title." But Italy and Lamont Marcel Jacobs leaving with both.
And look at how relaxed he was as he ran through the line. He's working. He's clearly working. Camera will pull out the tension in the shoulders of Coleman. Jacobs' face still relaxed, the cheeks moving on that slow motion replay. And there was a little look across from Jacobs to Coleman as if to say, hey, listen, mate, that was no fluke last year. I am the main man, and I am the man to beat. I've taken your world indoor crown, and guess what? I'm heading to Eugene, and I want your world outdoor title as well. What a prologue. What a prologue for the summer to come.
Absolutely. And on Marcel Jacobs, people question him for finishing his outdoor season early. Said, why would you do that? You win the Olympic Games. Why would you not go lap up those appearance fees, that prize money at the end of the Diamond League circuit? He was asked about that in the press conference, and he said, because I like to be a championship performer, I like championship races. Walked away from likely big bucks and a lot of fun he could have had in September after that Tokyo victory, but today makes that all worth it. Look how much the medal performance means to Marcel Jacobs.
And let's just take a couple of seconds to savour what we've missed over the last few years. A global championship played out in front of a vociferous, enthusiastic, passionate crowd with dance music pumping all around the stadium. Moments that little guy will be reminded of for years to come. Let's savour what we missed for so long. No longer silence, it's the drama and the joy of the champion and the crowd lucky enough to watch. Lamont Marcel Jacobs, by thousandths of a second, becomes the world indoor champion. Christian Coleman, a fraction away from a successful title defence. Bracey, another PB for the bronze. What a race.
As soon as that action's finished, we are straight into the medal ceremonies. The organisers here in Belgrade, Serbia, choosing not to interrupt the action whilst it's going on throughout the session, and they've saved all the medal ceremonies to the end, and they will come thick and fast. This is the first of a few. Men's 800 metres. Just out of shot, you can see a lot of Spanish flags waving around. We're here to see this medal ceremony. There are your three medalists. The bronze medal went the way of Bryce Hoppel, US indoor champion. He said he's not in tip-top shape yet. He had some things to work on, but picking up a bronze medal on the global stage when you're not in tip-top shape is pretty impressive, and that bodes well for the American team as they look towards those World Championships in Portland. Bryce Hoppel's picking up Eve the Plum, one of the mascots. .146.51 in the end. It was a respectable time thanks to Marco Arock of Canada. Acted as the pacemaker early on, couldn't hold on to the medals. Silver medal going to the young Noah Kibet. This might have been his 6th indoor race ever. Picked up a bronze at the World Junior Championships and now a silver at his first Senior Championships. What a day for Kenya and for Noah Kibet. But the gold medalist in this men's 800 metres was Mariano Garcia. Came into this event with the world leading mark. That's some pressure to bring into an event. He managed it well and he delivered on the day. Mariano Garcia of Spain. A 17-year drought for Spain with this title. Delighted to take home the men's 800-meter gold medal.
Molimo vas, pozdravite osvajače medalja.
Please acknowledge your medalists.
Great gold for the Spaniard, who I suspect might be copywriting his mimed motorbike celebration at the end. He'll certainly be revved up for something stronger than a glass of milk this evening after taking that world indoor title. Quite a few people have stayed around for the presentations, which will continue to come thick and fast. We really hope you've enjoyed this fourth session of athletics. Still such a buzz around the arena in the aftermath of that Jacobs v Coleman classic. Thousandths of a second. It was absolutely stunning. Well, for 2 days we've been enthralled by the men's heptathlon competition. Rather a contrast to the 6.5 seconds it took Jacobs and Coleman and the best of the rest to come home. These medals were earned the hard way.
Bronzanu medalju osvaja.
Bronze medalist representing Australia, Ashley Maloney.
Well, he came here having never competed indoors before, and Ash Maloney has strolled off with the world indoor bronze medal. And I tell you what, he was pretty close to the silver as well, because he was 10 seconds quicker than his Swiss rival on that 1,000 meters. He didn't have Cedric Double to drag him round this time, but it didn't matter. An area record, 6,344 points. Great stuff from the Australian. He is such an important part of the decathlon program. What a star.
Switzerland, Simon Ehammer.
Simon Ehammer sounds like a character from a Marvel comic. Well, he has delivered the best performance of his career. He was really, really tired on that 1K this evening, but a national indoor record, 6,363 points. Not quite good enough for gold, but the best moment of his young career so far.
Svetski dvoranski šampion, osvaja zlatne medalje, predstavnik Kanade.
Gold medalist, world indoor champion, representing Canada, Damien Warner.
Well, one by one, the titles that have eluded him are coming in his direction. Damien Warner, the Olympic champion, becomes the world indoor champion. He missed out on gold 4 years ago by 5 points. He trailed coming into the 1,000 meters, but he knew Indian national anthem, just as he did in the Olympic Stadium in Tokyo. Damian Warner, Simon Ehammer and Ash Maloney can now go away, have the briefest of breaks after their medal-winning exploits in Belgrade, and turn their attention to arriving in the United States in July, ready to go head-to-head once more for the World Outdoor title. Canada, Switzerland and Australia on the podium. The men's heptathlon. From one presentation, swiftly into another. We turn our thoughts now to the track events, and I believe it'll be the women's 400 to precede the men's 400 medal ceremony. Final day tomorrow, by the way. Hope you've enjoyed the action and the coverage. We start tomorrow just after 10 o'clock local time. Men's high jump final, women's triple jump final. Heats of the 4x4s, and we finish off with the men's 3,000 metres. Just gone midday, and then we'll come back slightly earlier in the evening for Sunday night. Men's pole vault final, 4:30. That's scheduled to last all the way through this session. Could Mondo Duplantis break his own world indoor record yet again? You wouldn't bet against him. And the other finals will be the women's long jump, women's 8, men's 15. Jakob Ingebrigtsen hoping to do what Damian Warner's just done and turn an Olympic title into a world indoor title. Men's 60 hurdles will be our last individual event, and we'll finish off with the 2 relays as we always do.
The medal ceremony for the women's 400 meters.
We were really looking forward to this. It promised to be one of the races of the Games, and it was. A certain Bahamian, yet again, cementing her status as one of our sport's greats, despite having hopefully so many years still ahead of her.
The medals will be presented by Antti Pilakoski, Council Member of World Athletics.
Antti Pilakoski gives a wave to those who have remained for these presentations.
Bronze medalist representing Jamaica, Stephanie Ann McPherson.
Stephanie Ann McPherson delivering another great medal. She got a bronze in Moscow outdoors. That was 9 years ago. And at the age of 33, there's another global medal to add to her collection. Bronze here in Belgrade. Her face a rather different picture than the one that realised she'd finished 4th in Tokyo last summer. A great run from McPherson. She'll take great confidence heading into the summer season.
Silver medalist representing Netherlands, Femke Bol.
Well, Femke Bol is on an unbelievable trajectory towards a glittering career. bronze in the Olympics last summer with the third best time in history over the 400 hurdles. Silver indoors this spring over the 400 flat. And there is absolutely no disgrace in finishing second to a young woman on her way to establishing her status as one of the greats.
Svetska dvoranska šampionka i osvajačica zlatne medalje.
Gold medalist and world indoor champion representing Bahamas, Shawnee Miller-Weibo.
The double Olympic champion and world indoor bronze medalist from 8 years ago came here with no indoor form whatsoever. She'd hinted in the past she'd retired from indoor athletics. Well, if that is the last time we've seen her going round a 200-meter track, it'll long linger in the memory. She was never threatened. She's now getting familiar, being at a major championship and turning to hear the Bahamian national anthem. Another great race and another golden moment in the career of Shawnee Miller-Weibo. Silver in Doha in 2019, one of the best performances we've ever seen. That'll be the next target for this queen of one-lap running. Masks back on as they head off for yet more post-race interviews. Men's 400 presentation to come, along with the women's 1500. And we'll round off with the men's shot put and women's pole vault. 60 hurdles and 60 flat for men will come tomorrow. President of the local organising committee must be over the moon at the manner in which his event is unfolding thus far.
Bronze
medalist representing Sweden, Carl Bengtström.
And I'm sure he'll have a strong handshake for Carl Bengtström of Sweden. National indoor record. He's ditched the headband. He looks like a throwback to a 1970s band when he races with the white headband. What a brilliant performance. Not just the global medal, but the national indoor record as well. 45.33.
Silver medalist representing United States of America, Trevor Bassett.
Trevor Bassett did his very, very best to try and deny the Trinidadian the fairy tale finish to a very difficult 2 months. Literally throwing himself at the line. More than good enough for a silver I think he'll be delighted with that performance in the fullness of time. A massive PB indoors, and it bodes oh so well for the summer season to come.
Svetski dvoranski šampion I osvaja zlatne medalje, dolazi sa Trinidada I Tobaga.
Gold medalist and world indoor champion representing Trinidad and Tobago, Jareen Richards.
4 years after his great friend and former teammate took bronze in this event in Birmingham, Jareen Richards tastes gold, the first Trinidadian to do so. And even though it can't make up for the heartache of losing Dion Lendor, who is such a big loss to the whole athletics community, especially in Caribbean sprinting, Jareen Richards has honoured his friend in the best way possible. He has taken the world indoor title over 400 metres, the first from his country to do so. I'm sure that rendition of the anthem must have been full of emotion for Jareen Richards. Trinidad, the United States and Sweden sharing that global podium in a brilliant race from all three.
Those smiles there on that podium. He's been enjoying their moment. Some really lovely award ceremonies here in the Stark Arena in Belgrade, Serbia. The light shows have been tremendous. We saw these in Doha for the first time at the World Championships out there, and they've really worked here at the World Indoor Championships. Just 3 more medal ceremonies for you. Women's 1500 metres, men's shot put and women's pole vault. You can hear that music. Sending out the women for this 1500 metre medal ceremony straight away.
1500 metres.
Nope, your eyes are not deceiving you. That is 3 matching tracksuits. Such a rare sight in track and field, such a global sport, such a spread of nations, but not in this women's 1500 metres. It was a brilliant 1, 2, 3 for Ethiopia.
The medals will be presented by Sebastian Coe, President of World
Athletics, Sebastian Coe.
Bronzanu medalju osvaja predstavnica Etiopije.
Bronze medalist representing
Bronze medal.
Hirut Meshesha.
Hirut Meshesha, Ethiopia. 4:03:39. Seb Coe knows a thing or two about championship 1500 metre running. Good choice here by the organising committee, choosing him to award the 1500 metre medals. Another version of the mascot. That's Eve the Raspberry, judging by the eyelashes. Silver medalist went to Zumawit Mbaye of Ethiopia. More than a second ahead of the bronze medal in the end. Mbaye and Meshesha worked really well to hold off the challenges behind them. Winnie Nanyundo of Uganda had a go, just set USA had a go, but Mashesha and Mbaye were too strong for them in those latter stages. First place and gold medal goes to Ethiopia's Gudaf Tsegay. Tsegay just too strong from the start. Gudaf Tsegay stuck to her task really well. She had a world-leading mark by 6 seconds over the rest of the field. She didn't have any help from pacemakers. She often gets that on the circuit, but she was still able to take this gold medal by a margin of 5 seconds. Give herself a new championship record at the same time.
The national anthem of Ethiopia.
Brilliant from Tsegay. She's had quite a few bronze medals on the global stage. Not only is this her first gold, she shares the experience with her good friends and teammates. Things looking very good indeed for the Ethiopians in the medal table. 2 golds, a silver and a bronze. 5 in total. United States 1 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. So they've got 15 medals in all. But Ethiopia are the only nation to have 2 golds so far.
Could Samuel Teferi pick up a third? Well, Jakob Ingebrigtsen's got to be too strong there, but we'll have to wait for tomorrow to find out.
Yes, I still think Ingebrigtsen is the favourite for that, despite the fact that he didn't win his heat. It was a complete irrelevance. He dominated that heat right up until the last 20 or 30 metres. Well, Darlan Romani is about to be transported into dream world. So many years, this really modest, mild-mannered Brazilian has missed out on these moments. Now, at last, it is his turn to be on a global podium.
Presented by Prince IAAF Al-Saud, Vice President of World Athletics.
Bronzanu medalju osvaja.
Bronze medalist representing New Zealand, Thomas Walsh.
He was bidding for history, trying to become the first man to win this title 3 times in a row. 2 golds, and this time it's bronze. He's got a huge collection of major global medals, and he's such a down-to-earth guy. Always competes with a smile on his face and that modest New Zealand sense of humour. A great ambassador for his country and his sport. Still beaming and still joking. Tom Walsh, area indoor record with bronze.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Ryan Krauser.
Well, so often it's gold, as it was in Rio and as it was in Tokyo. Glad to see he is smiling. I'm sure he will be full of respect for the performance of the man who beat him. Now, this will have fired up Ryan Krauser. He's become used to only one position on the podium, and it's not silver. Not to be the gold this time.
Svetski dvoranski šampion I osvajač zlatne medalje, predstavnik Brazila.
Gold medalist and world indoor champion representing Brazil, Darlan Romani.
5th in Rio, 4th in Doha, 4th in Tokyo. But it's all gold tonight in Belgrade for Darlan Romani. The Brazilian must have been starting to think that he may never experience being on a global podium. He's not just on it, he's on top of the world. A championship record. He's beaten the reigning Olympic champion and the defending world indoor champion. He succeeds him as the king of the shot put indoors, and he now proudly turns to hear the Brazilian national anthem. What an anthem. It's enough to make the hairs on the back of your neck stand to attention. This is a photo the Brazilian will treasure forever. On top, against two great mates and two great rivals. At last, Romani is on a major podium, and it's gold. And you can tell, Hannah, with those little exchanges between the three of them, just how much respect exists between these guys.
Lovely moments on top of that podium. And lesson number 76, and never awarding gold medals before the events happened. So tempting, isn't it, to fill up those favourites. And it is exciting, and it is great to showcase some of the celebrities and the powerhouses in our sport. Darlan Romani causing a real upset there over Ryan Krauser. This is our final medal ceremony of the evening, the women's pole vault. Last event here in day 2 of the World Indoor Athletics Championships. Banks, their council member of World Athletics, given the duties of awarding the medals. Tia Sorche there getting a fantastic, really well received bronze medal for Slovenia here. Great support from the local crowd. Fought hard all the way to get this bronze medal. It's really tight out that field for 3rd, 4th, 5th places. Tina Sushit coming out on top.
Najot.
That silver medal going to Katie Najot. Jenny Meadows getting us that fantastic insight from Najot's agent to say she's had an ankle problem. She had that clean scorecard all the way up to 4 meters and 75, and she couldn't quite up her game to 4 meters and 80. But it's a world indoor silver medalist. She can add that to Olympic champion. But our first defending champion here in Belgrade, Serbia. She won this event 4 long years ago in Birmingham. When the world was quite a different place, we didn't realise what our sport was going to go through. We could not anticipate the delay. But Sandy Morris, she's been on a roller coaster the last few years, particularly out in Tokyo. Really struggled. It was the wrong week for her out there for the Olympic Games to fall on. But Sandy Morris is back. She didn't need to go to Countback to get this medal. She was the only athlete over 4 meters and 80 centimeters. Sandy Morris can take Eve the Raspberry and a gold medal back to the USA.
The national anthem of United States of America. Please acknowledge your medalists.
Oh, Brad Walker will be delighted at what he sees is 2 charges on the podium with gold and silver. The successful title defence for Sandy Morris, the Olympic champion Katie Najot on the podium once more with silver. Tina Sutej got some roars from the Serbian crowd. They really took the Slovenian as one of their own. She was joint 5th in the Olympics last year, so a much better end to this global indoor season. So no more presentations. We promised you a scintillating Saturday in Serbia, and it really was. Sandy Morris cleared 480 to successfully defend her title and make up for the difficult time she had in Tokyo last summer. Mariano Garcia withstood the advances of the fast-approaching Kenyan, the first Spaniard to take this title, and he was seriously revved up. Wild eyes and wild intent on the face of Darlan Romani. At last, so many times he's finished off the podium, he took the gold with a championship record in the shot put. Damian Warner didn't win the 1,000 metres. That was Steve Bastian, but he didn't need to. He'd done enough to take the world indoor title and upgrade silver from 4 years ago. Simon Ehammer of Switzerland took the silver. Shawnee Miller-Weibo with a champion's performance, beating Femke Bol, one of the best 400 hurdlers we've ever seen. The Olympic champion becoming the world indoor champion. Jamreen Richards started on the outside. He was fueled by something more than great training, running in memory of his wonderful friend, Dion Lendor, who would surely have approved at the manner of his gold for Trinidad. Gudaf Sege has taken several global bronze medals, but the world record holder became the world indoor champion and led a 1-2-3 for the Ethiopians. Serena Samba-Mayala stormed to gold in the women's 60 metres. Coached by Teddy Tamko, who knows exactly what it takes to win, she could barely contain her joy, overwhelmed. And Jacobs, the Olympic champion, became the world indoor champion, denying Coleman, the defending champion. What an end to a glittering night in Serbia. Here's the medal table. 2 golds, a silver and 2 bronze medals puts Ethiopia on top by virtue of having 2 golds, despite the fact that the United States have got 15 medals in all. Bodes well for them heading on to the first World Championship outdoors that we'll have in the United States. The Bahamians with a gold and a silver, so too Portugal and Switzerland. Brazil on the board with a gold, courtesy of Romani. Tentoglu provided the gold for Greece. What about that from Ukraine? Yaroslava Mahuchik with a poignant title, the youngster in the high jump. Australia have got a silver and a bronze. The Jamaican just 1 solitary bronze so far, but they'll hope to improve on that. Remember, we've got the 4x4s to come on the 3rd and final day. Kazakhstan, New Zealand and Slovenia also on the medal table. From a scintillating Saturday to a superb Sunday. Men's 60-metre hurdles will kickstart tomorrow's action. We've got finals in the men's high jump, women's triple jump, the heats of the 4x4s, and we finish the morning session with the men's 3,000-metre final. And then towards the evening, the men's pole vault. Can Mondo Duplantis break the world record before we go off air? You won't miss a single vault. And we'll finish off Ingebrigtsen going for glory in the 1500. The final individual event is the men's 60-metre hurdles. And we'll finish, as we always do, with the men's and women's 4x4s. It's almost over, but not quite. There's another great day to savour. We really have missed this brilliant sport being front and centre in front of a wonderful audience. The Serbian hosts have done a superb job. We're reliably informed. We've got a massive crowd packing into the arena tomorrow for the 3rd and final instalment in a drama that just keeps on giving and giving and giving. We'll see you tomorrow. A very good night from Belgrade.